What's up, everyone? Here we go again. Alright, let's see how many people we've got, if anybody. So I'm going to wait a couple of minutes for the stream to start and for people to show in. But if not, that's absolutely fine. We can deal. Okay, stream looks like it's up. Looks like it's healthy. And we are live. So, can anyone hear me alright? I hope they can. Okay. So I'll give it a few minutes for everyone to settle and for us to get going. And then we can go. Now, I've updated the stream settings. Hopefully it's a bit more high def than it was before. That's good. And I've done a little bit of research as well, based on comments we made on the last stream. And we'll do that. And we'll aim to move along a bit quicker. I ideally want to get dataset 1 out of the way today. Possibly more. Now, also, on that subject, yeah, we've got seven datasets altogether at the moment. There's probably going to be an 8. There's been leaks of a potential 8th one coming out soon, so I'm going to catch up to that as quickly as I can. But I know there's been a lot of chatter on Twitter and social media going around, and I want to shout out my fellow YouTubers for also bringing this up and also for making commentary on it and whatnot as well, because I think at the moment in this day and age, YouTubers and other creators, I wouldn't say like myself, but YouTube news broadcasters in general are far more reliable, I think, than actual mainstream news these days. But anyway, last time, what we did is we started on dataset 1 of the Epstein Files. We made it to 1,000 images. Now, there's potentially up to 10,000 altogether, probably more. It's definitely in 5 digits. So we're making good progress. I'd like to make a little bit more progress today. So that's what we're hopefully going to do. So I do have the next lot of PDFs rolled up, but they're mainly images. We found last time that there wasn't that much to read visually. There is readable material in the Epstein Files, I know that, but the purpose of these streams and what we're doing is to go through the entire lot. Leave no shadow of a doubt whatsoever that that's all of what's publicly available. And I've been sent some snippets in the meantime from users on my Discord and from other people as well, also involved in in the whole Epstein Files commentary. I will say I'm not trying to make any political points by focusing on people or whatnot. I don't do that. This is just about reading the whole thing and my reading comprehension of what's being read and what's being seen. I think I did need to mention a potential shrine. I called it a shrine at the time. It's like a whole array of photos with Jeffrey Epstein and various famous people. That doesn't necessarily imply that they're involved in the horrible activities going on. And indeed, I will probably continue to point that out when we see certain other things, because there's a lot of redactions in this, and while the main doctrine is that it's probably a cover-up, which I'm inclined to agree with, a lot of stuff is being covered up, it's important to make sure that victims are protected. That's why some cover-ups can occur. Also, with ongoing investigations as well. That's also a possible thing. It could be that, I mean, the whole Epstein Transparency Act, it required full disclosure of potential co-conspirators, that kind of thing as well. So they're potentially in breach of that, what's being released. But we'll see how that goes. That's up to the US legal system. I think that's more within the purview of US streamers and other content creators. I know CoffeeZilla, for example, has done it. I know Moist Critical has covered this as well. So shout out to my fellow creators for covering this as well. Now, before we get started, I will show you, we are going for dataset 1 today specifically. We got 1,000 pages in. Let me just get to the right tab. There we go. So what we're going for here is the Epstein Files Transparency Act. I'm currently going through dataset 1. I've already done the first 1,000 PDFs. As part of that, there are just over 3,000 in dataset 1 altogether, and currently Well, yes, last time there were 7 data sets. There's now 8, which is brilliant. So it will be an uphill battle, but I will catch up eventually. But yeah, we just got 2,000 in here, and it's mainly just images. So it might be that I'll have to skip through pictures quickly and rapidly. That's what I did last time, but I did make commentary on a few things that I saw. Now with this stream, I'm hoping to pick up the pace a little bit, because a lot of the photos we saw towards the latter half of the stream last time, 2 days ago, they were certain repeats of the same room, which is a standard procedure for law enforcement to just, snap away, take as many photos as you can. And also, like, there was not much readable stuff. It's just like B, C, where the room was labelled. But we did find some good snippets. These are letters from conspirators and from legal people. What I did with the last stream was I took clips of that, and I basically just released them as separate videos, and I'll aim to do that with this. I do have my notepad right next to me, so if I find anything interesting that will be good as its own separate video, I'll note the timestamp, and I'll basically make it a clip when I can. With obviously tomorrow being Christmas Eve, then Christmas Day and Boxing Day, I don't plan to do any kind of content-related stuff then. But we'll see. But you guys should also have the ability to clip whatever you want on this stream. I don't mind my content or on my coverage of this being used for whatever. If other YouTubers want to react to it, want to use it with their own content with this Epstein stuff, that's absolutely fine. Just go for it. Like, expose this as much as you can. Anyway, and moving on to the next step, I've got my notepad there. I will bring up the charity SOAR, which is Speak Out, Act, Reclaim. This was the charity or the non-profit organized by Virginia Giuffre, who is one of the victims of Epstein and who was the subject of a lot of the publicly released court documents, which I narrated last year, the beginning of last year. Now, she unfortunately took her own life in this case, but I'm full disclosure that all of the profits or any kind of gain or revenue from these streams or anything that I get from the coverage of the Epstein content, I fully intend to go to this organization. Now, unfortunately, they're not currently accepting donations. Not sure why. I wish they could. But yeah, my full intention is to donate all the money to this, and by all means, hold me to account, make sure I do it, if and when they do accept donations, and I'll provide proof of me doing so. So it's just in the meantime, I'll take a note of whatever I earn from this, and whenever I can pay these guys, I absolutely will. And if this organization becomes defunct before I'm able to send them the money, I'll just find a similar organization and just send it to them. But there'll be some full disclosures if and when that happens. I'm not sure what the current status of this organization is, so that's why I say that. If I have to send to a separate one, I absolutely will. But yeah, I'll probably make a post about it, and then people can give me suggestions as to the organization or the charity they want to support. But yeah, I will not be earning money from this. It's all going to go to this charity. Ideally, it's going to go to this charity or another one. Ideally, this one, because this is some good that came out of this mess. So anyway, we're still going to go through dataset 1. I'm just going to swap over. Now, my apologies, I'm not actually eating. What I've got is a throat lozenge. It will clear my throat and means I'm able to keep going with speaking, because that happens a lot. I've been recording videos today as well, so we're just going to move on. But yeah, I don't want my throat to die out before Christmas. That would not be good. Anyway, let's move on to the PDFs. Okay, here we go. Now, I can see the chat on the side. If you're just coming in, welcome. We are starting from file 1001 from dataset 1. I'm hoping to get dataset 1 done today. Now, I won't be streaming or doing any content over Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, Boxing Day. So it's my hope that I can go well into the morning to get this stuff done. Now, you will notice the format. I'm just going to blitz through stuff like this. So, for example, in this picture, there's nothing to see here. or nothing I should read. If there's anything interesting, I will make a comment on it. But if there's nothing to read, I will just quickly move on. There's a lot of files here, but this is just to show that I'm being thorough, if you like. And if readable stuff comes up, I will try and note the time, and if it's of particular interest, I will make it into a clip and I'll release it as a separate video. If there's just something like a sign here saying K, that's probably not worth watching, is it? Oh, excuse me. So, let's go. Strap in, boys. Nothing to read here. Nothing to read here. And many of this we've seen before in the last stream. These are just repeat photos, and this is the New York property. Now, we saw some terminology and some words from the last stream. For example, the word Zorro and other words. These are all other properties of Jeffrey Epstein. Zorro is a ranch somewhere. I'm sure more information about that will come up as and when we get to there. So that's basically it. It's other properties. So presumably we're going to see other similar photos to this in other places. Anyway, nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. A lot of this is very boring, I will say. So we're gonna blitz through this. Nothing to read. Plenty to read. Now, what I like to do is I like to try and focus on the books or stuff. Now, we did cover this in the last stream. However, it's heavily pixelated as you zoom in. And I'm trying to zoom in. I'll try and read what I can. And, you might think it's useless information. It really isn't. Because, for example, we saw some disturbing titles like stuff about ballet for children, that kind of stuff as well. Fucking horrible. But it does give you an insight into what was going on. And also, that's a photo there. I'm not sure what that is. But, it's Epstein and somebody else. Yeah, I'll try and zoom in on small details like that, actually, because I don't want anything to be missed. And this is the same here. These are basically just single-shot angles of the same places. But if we do get any more incriminating letters and documents, that's what we're going to look for. That is the main focus of what I do here. So nothing to see here. Books, unfortunately, you can't really see the titles. These are very old-fashioned books. I made a note in the last stream that these are mainly decorative. They're not actually books, if you like. It sort of gives the impression of an old-fashioned library or old-fashioned books, but really a lot of them are more display pieces than actually things you can read. You can find these things online. I don't have that for my room. I've actually got books on my bookshelf, so that's fine. But yeah, these are all like old stuff, old tomes and stuff. You can see that these four in particular, they're all. It's basically four things stuck together, and it's plasticky sometimes. Basically, just. The backs of books that you can just stick into a bookshelf, but when you pull it out, it's actually just, a display piece. So you don't need to worry too much about that. Besides, I can't read it if I can. Steinway and Sons, I believe. Yeah, I sometimes read, occasional stupid details like that as well. That doesn't matter. Now, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Plenty to see there. Nothing to read. My focus is on reading the text and deciphering that. So it's the same room again. Same room again. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. That says 22. No, yeah, this is a repeat of last time. So if you want to see some of this kind of stuff, or me to go into further detail with these rooms, go watch the last stream. Because that's still up. And yeah, these are all basically, you can see what I'm talking about. It's angle shots of the same room. Okay, we got something. Building number, description of room, L, search personnel name, agency contact number, initials. These are basically FBI stuff. It's how they map out the house, if they will. Like, this is, for example, L signifies a certain room or a part of the house. That's why that's there. But it's nothing related to Epstein himself. Indeed, it says FBI there. There you go. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Don't know if that's his island or not. Nothing to read. It does go on to other stuff. I have scattered out. So, just going to go through these ones. This is essentially the second. This is the second passing, or the second or the third passing of going through the house. And these are just at the moment rooms. We did get some juicy info, which I did bring up, but yeah, at the moment we're not finding the juicy stuff that we want specifically. But we'll get to there eventually. Nothing to see there. Nothing to see there. Nothing to read there. Yep, this is Ramo. And yeah, if I zoom in onto these titles, for example, you can't really see. You got Michelangelo, various artists. Basically just a table book, but not necessarily related to the investigation or anything. But it gives you, small details like that give you an insight into what kind of guy this was, if you like. And yeah, that's Epstein himself. There's possibly a victim, although yeah, I don't like that because that looks like a bathroom. Here's hoping we actually get to the Clinton photo, the Clinton picture again. Yep, it's as you say, a lot of these are multiple angles of the same room. Just got to be thorough. So we've got 7 viewers. You're just tuning in. We'll get to the interesting stuff eventually, and I'm sure we'll get it as more people come in as well. That unfortunately is not readable. I think that's a calendar. Yeah, that's another. Yeah, the thing about Epstein is he had these like lewd photos or pictures everywhere. Fortunately, they've all been censored by the FBI. But fucking Christ, there's a tiger as well. Oh, speaking of which, you may be able to see the cats coming in the side. They come and go as they please. And if you hear any kind of squeaks in the background, they're not being hurt or anything like that. It's just they can't meow. They're still quite young, so they do like squeak a little bit to communicate with each other and to me. Anyway, that's life. Don't have a date on that. Can't really make it out. Okay, that's a bit better. Life. Yeah, still can't necessarily make that out either. But yeah, very, very tacky. I think the guy was 66 when he died. Yep, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Oh, a tiger. Yeah, something like that would be badass in my living room, but yeah, it's... Still, I like animals, but I don't think that's like a live one or anything like that. But yeah, but still, it's kind of cool. Alright, oh, hang on. Do we have anything here? Anything juicy? Alright, so these are not words here. These are not words here. These are blank. So if you can't see in watching the stream. As for this and this, those are obviously names, but it doesn't seem to be too many people. So, there could be it could be incriminating, just those 2 names. But apart from that, nothing to read there. Now, we do get a lot of photos of stairs. We had this last time as well. And pictures. So I'm just going to brush over them because there's nothing to read. But gotta be thorough. Nothing to read, nothing to read. All stairs. There are 6 floors of this building. I mean, this is the 3rd floor. 6 floors altogether, and then there was a roof access, I believe. Not only 6 floors, but there was a cellar and a sub-cellar. Like for laundry and stuff, so obviously room for servants to do their thing, if indeed there were servants. I'm not sure. I'm not 100%. I do know there were staff. I'm not 100% sure if they were live-in or stuff like that. But regardless, there was certain bits for servants there, so... there's a lot of people around, potentially involved or potentially a witness to this whole mess. Okay, that's not seen that statue before. Thank you very much for the censorship, FBI, or Department of Justice. But yeah, not seen that before in the previous ones. So that's a cool statue. We might get some new material with these next ones. Nothing to read here. Nothing to read. That's P. I don't know if we got into this room before. Nothing to read here. Let's go. Skin better, I think. Belts, clothes, stuff. It might be a guest room. But yeah, we did have like skin products and masseuse rooms as well. So yeah, based on what we know from the court documents, masseuses, massages, that kind of stuff, that was part of the whole cover of what Epstein was up to. It's masseuses, and when you see a list of masseuses that was included with the whole DOJ stuff. It's entirely redacted, but I pointed out in the last stream that these are most definitely the victims. So you can't disclose victim information. I mean, if you look what happened to Virginia Giuffre, that's fully understandable. Anyway, nothing to read here. Nothing to read here. Nothing to read here. Give me something to read. Nothing to read here. S, there's still nothing to read here. 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 T, and more sus art. R. Yeah. A lot of tacky art, but nothing to read. 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 Oh, yeah, that's disturbing. Nothing to read, but yeah, that's possibly a victim. Nothing to read. Yeah, Jesus. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Now, we covered this in the last stream. Someone very, very kindly actually pointed out that this was... I don't know how you say it. Cyrillic is in the Slavic alphabet, but this roughly translates to master or something like that. So a position of authority. But yeah, that's a bit strange. But that's what it roughly translates to. It roughly translates to master. I'm assuming some kind of authoritative figure because it's not a direct translation. But regardless, we had that. We got a crown. I mean, that kind of matches. So we got 8 viewers, but only one comment so far. This is less active than last time, but I'm sure we'll find some spicy stuff that people will want to watch. I'm very sorry that it's been very, very boring and uneventful so far with this stream, but we're just 20 minutes in. Oh, 20 minutes in already? Jesus. Okay, I better hurry up. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. But nothing to see here. We've seen this room before, as with this, 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 as with this. Nothing to see there. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Nothing to... Oh, hang on. We got some of these books. Frames. I want to close up of the frames just in case there's anything to read there. But nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Now, we've seen a lot of these rooms before. So I'm hoping to get rid of these repeats. I'm hoping to move on to the actual documents. Because there are documents. I've seen them in advance. So hopefully we'll get to cover them this stream. That's the idea. More stairs again. And stairs again. And stairs again. And the 4th floor. Okay. So yeah, this is the second pass. It's very, very boring. Let's just move on to the next lot. So I'm essentially moving on to the next 100. Okay. Sergeant Jubal, no, you have 2 coming. Oh, thank you very much. But yeah, like this isn't like you know, this isn't just to draw attention and stuff. This is just all the boring stuff. I want to make sure I cover it, but all the juicy stuff I'm probably going to make into separate videos, and I think that's been received a bit better. So anyway, so yeah, you got to come along for the ride. Nothing. Oh, hang on. No, this is yeah. Let's go back to the start. All right. Yeah, but as you can see, most of it so far is this kind of stuff, but we know there's documents. I'm going to look at that later. Nothing to read there. W, nothing to read there. Ancient art. At least there's less tacking in all this. W again. Yeah. These are all angles, but if we can find readable stuff that perhaps other people have missed, we'll go ahead and do that. Yeah. Bare room, so this is probably a guest room of some kind. He has a lot of guest rooms. So nothing to read there. Sus art. I'm going to quickly scroll away from that one. So yeah, I'm aware of the potential risks I'm incurring by covering this on the channel, just in case something sus pops up. I might get in trouble with YouTube, but you know, it's it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make in this case, because this stuff needs to get exposed, number one. And number two, you know, I've been on good terms with YouTube throughout. I've been on, you know, good terms. So hopefully they'll allow an occasional accident, because that's what it will be. I'm being very, very careful otherwise. Nothing to see here. Nothing to read. What's that? European whole goose. That's what that says up there. Yeah, as I say, I will occasionally read like completely stupid information like that. That's, you know, I'm here to read things. That's kind of the whole point of being called Net Narrator. I narrate stuff. Nothing to read there. X. Nothing to read there. Same bathroom again. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Not sure if I've seen this room before. We might have some stuff. Nothing to read there. Get a dressing gown though. I might get a dressing gown when it becomes, once it gets into the stupid hours of the morning. But nothing to read. Nothing to read. More guest rooms. Hang on. We got a photo. Nope. That's not a photo. I think there's a box of tissues. Bit disturbing if you think about it. Nothing to read there. What's this? So, yeah, this writing is illegible. There's some writing here. I suspect it's a table book on ancient history, based on the picture. Suggestions by Scotty Boy. Try copying and pasting redacted words. I have seen another doing this and it works. Fuck yes, I'm going to do that. All right, let's see what we can do. And make sure we can. What? Well, that's wild. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Home gym. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Prector. There we go. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. A Z. Apart from that, nothing to read. AAI. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. It's the same. It's photos of the same room. There's nothing in here. Nothing to read. 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 Give me something. But yeah, there's plenty of other sus stuff here. Nothing to read. Another workroom. Oh yeah. When we get to the front entrance on the front set of stairs, if you weren't here for the last stream, you'll see the disturbing stuff that I saw there. Nothing that will get me banned, but still, the context is pretty wild. Anyway, nothing to read. It's a set of fucking stairs. 5th floor. That's something to read. AA. Yeah, another guest room or spare room. It's fairly bare bones. Nothing. 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 So I'm assuming he had lots of rooms for guests and a lot of guest rooms, but there'd be bare bones most of the time. Maybe he just got a few of the staff to just make them up as and when people came. Kitchenette as well there, so I don't know. Nothing there, nothing there. As I say, trying to get into the head of, you know, the elite or a guy like this or the day-to-day. It can add some context for reading stuff later on. Who knows? BB. Plus, of course, you'll get tired of me hearing of me saying, oh, nothing to read here. BB, there was something to read. Nothing to read, nothing to read. Nothing to read. Give me something to read. Nope. Nope. BB, nope. Another bathroom. We will eventually get to readable stuff. I know it's coming up. CC. DD. DD. Pet bed. Nope. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Same room. Nothing to read. Yeah. Gotta be thorough. Nothing to read. Because we did find some interesting stuff in the last round, but it did take 2 hours to get to that point. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Now, interesting enough, if you want to see the 2 bits of interest that I did last time, those are being released as separate videos today. So if you want to sort of have that on a separate screen while I filter through all of this, absolutely have that in the background. You know, I don't expect people to be like fully locked in for the long haul like I am. Nothing to read, nothing to read. Oh, and if you need a palate cleanser, I released the first short on my cats. Clara and Dexter are around somewhere. I haven't heard them make any noise, so that probably means they're up to no good. But yeah, but they've the video of them that went out. That was 2 little videos I took from the very first day I got them, and it's now been a month and a bit since then, and they've rapidly turned around. So don't worry about don't worry if they look scared in that video. That's normal for cats. Nothing to read. Mentioned this last time. What the fuck is he doing with a big ass printer? Apparently this is like signs and stuff, but yeah, it's literally bigger than the desk. I really don't know what he was doing. But apart from that, nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to... Oh, what does that say? Coat Sud. Not sure what that is. Looks like a posh brand. Nothing to read. This looks like interior, some kind of interior design book. Now, what is this? Of Space, whatever this is. I'm not sure what this book is. You know, instead of the FBI guy going around taking photos of the rooms, they need to open a few of these. That's what I want to see. But it doesn't look like he has. Oh, do we have anything of interest here? Yeah, we do have a few. What even enhance? It's pixelated as fuck. But we do have other names here. These are very difficult for me to see. I will tell you that right now. These aren't in high def or anything like that. Let me see. What happens if I go to full screen? Right, let's see. Are you making that out? I don't think you are. Well, you can sort of make this out. 021119 043928, I want to say. Can't make out these. That's 152. I think it's just like star, star, star. And 152 may just be the extension of this phone. I'm not sure. But apart from that, I can't... Those are unreadable. Nope. Bathroom again. Random bathroom. Yeah, I basically just want to power through pictures of this at some point, just until we get to something that I can read. So that's GG. And I mean, even if I was to make comments on the content of the photos, there's not much to really take into account there. I think these are blank. They sort of have the same type of label, if not a marking. But yeah, these are very, very difficult to make out. But I will say that this and this are the exact same. This is something longer. This one's short, and that one's blank. Yeah. Oh, hang on. J.E. in magazines. Okay, so J.E. Jeffrey Epstein in magazines. So it could just be that this is his private collection of, hey, look how cool I am, kind of thing. This could be J.E., possibly. Don't know for sure. Could be P.B. And it's the same up here as well. I think it's P.B. rather than J.B. Or J.E. or something like that. It could be J.E. for Jeffrey Epstein as well. But this one's a lot clearer. J.E. in magazines. So yeah, it's, from what I can understand, it's sort of his collection. We've seen that in the last room. He seems to have this obsession with, you know, being a hot shot, being among the rich and famous, that kind of thing as well. So it sort of speaks to that he's, you know, he's collecting like clippings or something, or a scrapbook of himself in magazines or being shown on TV or stuff. Art and furniture publications or something, or whatever. Office supplies, you know, basic stuff. But yeah, it could be that he was building a collection to his own ego or something. God, I'm stuttering like a motherfucker today. I really should not be doing that. Design ideas prep, maybe? Parks. Zorro. Now, I mentioned that. Zorro, we didn't know what that was last time. I probably could have done a quick Google or something. Zorro is another property of Epstein's. So these... this says Paris. So, yeah, a property in Paris, potentially. And Zorro is another of Epstein's properties. I think it's a ranch. I did search that, and it did look like a ranch. But these are all an issues 71, maybe? 71. That could mean something out. So, photos of J.E. Photos of Jeffrey Epstein. J.E. awards. So, things he's won. Not sure what that is. Something photos, I think. But sadly, that is... I mean, does that start with a C? Maybe. But yeah. We're getting a little bit of info from this. Zorro, PB... Yeah, these could all be... Logically, if Zorro is a property of Epstein's, these ones may be as well. I used to think Zorro might have been a business. It could be a property. Paris 2 we've got here. So Paris is mentioned a lot. I'm willing to bet if one of you did a quick Google search right now, you would see that Paris is that Jeffrey Epstein has, or I guess had, I suppose, a property in Paris. But Zorro is a property, is like a ranch somewhere. In fact, I can do a quick Google and see where it is. I probably should have done that at the start. Zorro Ranch, New Mexico. That's what it refers to. All right. Yeah, good. We're doing some Phoenix Wright kind of shit here. Anyway, nothing to read there. These ones, this is another angle of exactly the same thing. Paris, PB, Zorro. PB, I guess we can... I'm going to do a quick search of that as well, actually. Oh, isn't Google wonderful? And I don't just say that because they pay me. No, I can't find anything with that. Could just refer to the island, because he did have an island, obviously, and that's where most of the potential wild stuff comes from. All right, we're wasting time. Let's blast through these. Design ideas for something smaller. J magazines. Yeah, this speaks to it. LSJ, for example, that is PB. Can confirm. Yeah. And 71. Yeah, so this goes into more detail. That's good. I like to see that. And here's even better. Photos of J.E. awards. Selena photos. Okay. Who's Selena? There are a few... I am aware that Ghislaine Maxwell is not the only conspirator arrested or under questioning by the FBI. Or by the... You know, whatever free letter agency in the US is responsible for this kind of stuff. The cops. I'm just calling them the cops. So it could be... I think it's unlikely that it's a victim, because they would have censored that if it was. It could be a member of staff, could be a paramour of Epstein or something like that, although Maxwell was the paramour. But yeah. And these look blank, essentially. The two hoops, I think they're hoops rather than O's, with possibly the branding of the file. J.E. family photos framed. J.E. family photos framed, so 2 boxes of that. J.E. family photos and files. What do we got here? J.E. childhood photos and files. And the rest is office supplies, and these are blank. There's a bunch of juicy stuff in here, FBI. I really hope you've been digging into that, and I really hope you release it, because I really want to see this kind of stuff. But yeah. Key info here. I want to bet there's some things of interest here. Right. I think old photos, something here. But apart from that, these labels are very, very difficult to read. Old photos again. I want to say they say old photos. Right, and this we covered last time, and these are... I can't really read these. All right. Fucking stairs. 6th floor. Yeah, this is a second go around, but it was good we got those angles of those files, or those like binders or whatnot, because we couldn't really make it out last time, so that's good. This is a bit more clearer. Nothing to see there. HH, nothing to read. Nothing to read. This is the same thing, I think. I think we've seen this before. This is like a blueprint of the house, I think. Yeah, that was the, oh God, what was it? Some kind of iron or something. Or, I don't know what it was, right? Actually, I think I might be thinking of something else, actually. So that says HC16. Apart from that, nothing to read. HH, nothing to read. I mean, it's just a fucking boiler room. There's nothing... We went through this last time. There's nothing to read apart from the stuff on the labels. And I think at this point we're going to move on from that. I don't need to read the labels. That's a bit too far. And besides, I did in the last stream. So I'm sure you can forgive me for that. All right, nothing to read. All right, let's get some more. So we've done 200 files so far in 40 minutes. Fucking hell, time goes quickly. All right, well, let's do 100 more and see where we go. And of course, this doesn't take into account the actual readable stuff, which is going to take me a little bit longer to do as well. All right, there we are. Let's get to 1. All right, there we go. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. That's nothing to read. That's Bella Hug. That's that looks like junk. Zorro, Misk, Aldala, LSJ, something. Yeah, he keeps mentioning Zorro a lot, so these are other properties, I think. I mean, if Zorro's there, Misk, these are all... I think these are other properties, potentially. Because Zorro's a ranch, it's in New Mexico, but it's not the island. So, one of these could signify the island, I think. Nothing to read. I want a document to read. Let's see if I can make out what that says. Yeah, unfortunately not. It's pixelated as fuck. FBI, you need better cameras. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. All these labels we went through last time, I'm going to pass through them now because realistically that's irrelevant information. Now, whatever that says, if any of our Russians in the chat or anyone that speaks Russian or whatever language that is, please let me know what that is. But I don't think that's relevant information with regards to the horrible stuff. Ugh. Yeah. Group photo, nothing censored, but I still don't feel comfortable zooming in on that. Nothing to read there. 1-1 or 11 or II. Nothing to read, nothing to read. Nothing to read. I don't know if we've seen this one before. We might have, I think. I think I remember it. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Yes, we've seen this one before. Nothing to read there. That's a calendar. And I think the details on here are blank. So we can move on. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. God damn it. Give me something to read. I want to make this stream at least a little bit interesting for the people watching. Oh god, I'm stuttering like hell. I shouldn't be doing that. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Coffee, coffee, coffee. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. No, I did raise this before. We don't know who this is. Not familiar to me. Maybe a celebrity of some kind. Or an associate. Got a boat here. This is probably from the island. And a redacted photo. So as we can see here, once again, that's nothing to read. July 2019. I think this says Steeplechase, the funny place. I think Steeplechase is a place. I think it's UK. I think it's UK. Steeplechase, it does sound like something that's UK. So that could be an antique from there, from the UK. Obviously, we know Epstein and Prince Andrew knew each other. Yeah, Prince Andrew, he's going to get what's coming to him. Eventually, I'm sure. Nothing to read there apart from that. What have we got here? Okay, these are extensions. Now, unfortunately, the wire's covering this. So this one says English guest room, GM Oval Office. That's what this top one says. GM First Floor Office. Then 143, I think, English guest room. Then Indian guest room. This might say exercise room, but in the exercise room, I don't think we saw a phone. So that could be a deception. But, you know, maybe the secret room in the house or something like that, or maybe something else. You don't know. I don't remember seeing the phone there. But as for picking out which guest room is the English guest room or the Indian guest room, I'm not entirely sure. It could be based on the art that's there, or could be determined based on that, but I'm not sure. I am pretty sure the exercise room didn't have a phone, or at least that's from what we saw on the photos. So who knows? That could be an extension for something else, or something a bit more dastardly. Anyway, let's move on. I mentioned that photo last time. Nothing to read there. This is the. I don't think this is the set of stairs which has got the disturbing thing, but nothing to see there. Nothing to see there. These books we've covered last time. If you zoom in, you can't necessarily make up the spines, which is annoying. But we also mentioned a guy in the kilt. And I suppose there's people there as well. But apart from that, nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to see, let alone nothing to read. And same with that as well. What? We turned off the lights, obviously. There we go. They turned the lights on. Well done, FBI. Right, nothing to read. Oh, it turned the lights on doubly. Okay, that's even better. Okay, can I see anything more here? Great Land, I think that says. But yeah, apart from these are illegible, but all of these look the same. So it could just be a showpiece, that, or something like that, not an actual book. Nothing to read. Books in there. Ghost Towns of the West. That's what that says. Surviving. Scottish Painters is this. Yeah, some of these are hard to see, but it's irrelevant information either way. So we're going to move on. America 24/7. Urban. Ghost Towns of the West. Yeah, we've seen this before. There's nothing of note in there. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. God, that looks hideous. I think we're in the cellar now. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. JJ. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. God, this is boring. Give me something to read. I need a document. Or a letter. Or something spicy. Well, not spicy. I need something to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. I can't even read the fucking label. That's how terrible these photos are. And no, I'm not going to read the code at the bottom there. That's just unnecessary. It's not related to the actual Epstein stuff. It's just the way they've ordered it. Nothing to read there. Although, obviously, if interesting stuff does pop out, I will mention the number of the photo, so people can find it themselves. All right, nothing to read there. Nothing. Nope, there's plugs. That's a bag. God damn it, give me something to read. Fuck. JJ. That. Something to read, but not that. I don't want to read the FBI's labels. Anyway. Dead chat, what are you thinking of this so far? There's nothing in here. You know, if you want to look ahead and say, hey, Ned, this is interesting. Speed up to that. Then, yeah, absolutely. I am a man of the people. Let's go do that. I'm sure, you know, a lot of you are probably just listening to me while you're on the job or for a drive or something, and I appreciate that. So thank you very much for supporting me, even if you're not able to necessarily comment or reply. Nothing to read, nothing to read, nothing to read. These rooms look horrible, by the way. Nothing to read, nothing to read, nothing to read, nothing to read. Bare-ass rooms, like, use them for something. Nothing to read. Then again, I'm not much better. The room behind me, I don't have a use for yet. Nothing to read. Nothing to... Oh, fire extinguisher. Yeah, it's too blurry. I can't even read anything. Okay, spare room. Nothing to read there. Not seen that room before, I don't think. Okay, these are a bunch of handbags. What does that say? Fucking blurs. Ugh. There's a lot of empty rooms. Yeah, I think, like, some of them would have been made... The guest rooms especially, they would have been doled up a little bit more as and when he has guests. Plenty of storerooms, plenty of rooms that are just not being used, like, just complete bare bones. The cellar rooms were for servants or for staff. I guess service is a bit outdated. It would have been... they would have been used for staff. But yeah, but just stuff in here. There's a bunch of old suitcases, bunch of old bags. It's just random tatties picked up. Which a lot of older people do, to be honest, to be fair. As I say, he was 66. A lot of this is 60s themed, so that's the time where he was alive, really. The 60s. That's when he grew up. Now, there was a label by the Russian dolls there. That could be a thing. I don't know. Some fat mountain with a beard. I don't know who that is. I don't know. It could be like Dave Bautista if he got a little bit fatter. Not that is Dave Bautista, I should mention. Like, no. Looks like, but there's no way he is. No, Bautista is definitely not in this, in the Epstein Files, I'm sure. There we go. Nothing to read. 463? Nothing apart from that. Just a storeroom for random shit. Hello. Obviously, with some of the rooms being doled up, this could be one of the rooms where, you know, some stuff would need to stay until it's time to doll up the rooms. So who knows? LL, yeah. Jackets and stuff here. This is some kind of staff room, I reckon. Nothing there, nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing to read. Nothing to... customer assembly required. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. God damn it! Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. We've covered this last time. Okay, this is new. Okay, great. It's a tiny-ass cupboard, so the Oompa Loompas that were working for Epstein probably live in that or something. SOS. Yes. Okay, well, if you're going to have a cupboard with all that stuff in, why not just make it full height? Like... Why not use this space here? This is ridiculous. You know, I will be great at internal design. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. We're getting close to the end, and that'll be 300 images done. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Now, we've seen this last time. Shipped to NES, LLC, 9th East, 71st Street, New York, New York. 10021. Attention... Moen de la Cruz, who I think is a member, or a senior member of Epstein's staff, at least at this location. Farfand, and this is for topsoil, which is a little bit strange because we haven't seen any garden or anything. The closest thing we've seen is a balcony, where there's a couple of potted plants, but it wouldn't justify this type of soil for. So there could be a garden, or there could be something around, or this could be for something else. Or this could indeed be for those potted plants, but like this topsoil, it was specifically mentioned as for lawns or for gardens, which there isn't a lawn or a garden. This is in the center of New York. So very, very strange. Either that or, you know, they just don't care about that kind of stuff. All right, nothing to read. Proud to be a union operating engineer. Good job. Anyway, nothing to read. Nothing to read. Just a storeroom. Proud to be a union operating engineer. Yep. And then instructions. Those details are blurry. I think it's along the lines of pull tag, sweep floor, spray the thing. Okay, nothing to read. That's just a generic label, I think, for the manufacturer of that box. So nothing to read. Den 3.5, Dallas, Wash, Buffalo. Not sure what that means. And a bunch of fire extinguishers. So, yeah, some kind of storeroom, and these fire extinguishers. It's the same brand of fire extinguisher that's basically on each floor of the stairs that we've seen so far. Yeah, with a tight toe. That's just the manufacturer of the box. All right, nothing to see there either. Let's go open some more. 300 down. Something close to 1,800 more to go. Jolly good. But yeah, we will at least get dataset 1 done, and I will try and make a dent on dataset 2 if I can. I can afford to go a little bit longer because Christmas Eve, I'm not going to be recording anyway, so I can afford to lie in a little bit. I am hosting guests, so we'll need to be up for that. Anyway, how's everyone doing? 16 viewers! Oh wow, I'm really hitting the big leagues, aren't I? Although then again, I'm not known for streaming on this channel. I'm just the guy behind the microphone. All right, but I am the mad lad that did this before. I think doing it live, it saves me a lot of time to edit afterwards, which is the problem I had last time. And yeah, that was I still have nightmares of doing that. That was wild. Anyway, we're back at the beginning. Ralph Lackman. Now, a photo was also brought up from outside the apartment. This looked to be a local dry cleaners, but not associated with Epstein, like a third-party service kind of thing. But yeah, we have seen this this photo last time, so nothing to read, nothing to read. These are all just repeats. Oh, nothing to read. Tested. Mic cable. I think that says there. Fresh direct. Yeah, FBI need much better cameras than this. This is not good. I want to be able to zoom into stuff. Like there could be all sorts of important details. Okay. Nothing to read. Cisco Systems. We read that last time. Apart from that, there's nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. All maintenance stuff. ViewSend, TrendNet, but inconsequential really. Oh, hang on, what have we got here? Right, 1997 G. Cole, or Colt, or Colk. So that's a floppy disk. What does that say? First letter is a D. The second letter is a D. I can't necessarily make out. It could be Dutch something. Dutch, maybe, I want to say that word is. But yeah, these are floppy disks. These are ancient. Right, what does that say? Epstein. So the CD says Epstein. So it could be evidence from a long-ass time ago. Or it could be anything, really. 1997, Jeffrey Epstein would have been... in his 40s? Yeah, he would have been in his 40s in 1997. So, yeah, could be incriminating stuff. Right, nothing to read there. Absolute tip, clean up your mess. Nothing to read there. I don't think we've seen this set of stairs before. I'm from the floor, it's probably the cellar, but I'm pretty sure this wasn't the type of stairs that we saw last time going down. So this could be like access to the outside or something. Yeah, these are the types of stairs we normally have. So that other set of stairs, don't know what that's for. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Yeah, I recognize these logs from last time. That's the subcellar. There you go. What son of a bitch, it's subcellar. Okay. Nothing to read. Oh no, PP. PP. I'm so mature. Nothing to read. Siemens. Yeah, we're really upping up the maturity in this stream. Husky. Nothing to read. These are all tools. That's an alternative angle. PP. Nothing to read. Waterette. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. AC16. I think this says Donnelly or something. As for these, looking at each box, I don't think it has anything in it because while I can't make out the specific words, the outright shape of the words, they look exactly the same to me. So I think this is completely blank. And it's some kind of form. Or some kind of like a check-in list or something like that. If like something you put on the side of a unit or something, and then periodically people come in and say, "Yep, I've inspected it," that kind of thing. But in this case, it doesn't look like there's been any signatures or anything on that. Nothing to read. Nothing to read is a fucking tip. Nothing to read. BAC. Clarity. Nothing to read apart from that. Ryobi. It's a fucking saw for some reason. Nothing to read. Cold Water Ret. There's nothing to read, and it looks like we're going backwards, back to the entrance of the room. AC1. Right, what? Could be Connolly or Sonnolly. Or Fonnolly. Like, whatever that's supposed to be. Shit, what does that say? Okay, we've got some signatures on this one. LBE, I want to say that says. But apart from that, as you zoom in, you can't really tell what that is. I'm wearing glasses. I do have decent vision, but you know, tell me if you know what that says. Like this is why we need high def cameras for the FBI, because you know I want to be able to zoom in and make out exactly what this says. Because it could be important. It could be other members of staff that might know some information about Epstein. Not that it would be our responsibility to go after those members of staff, but it would be the FBI's, and they, you know, someone at the FBI internal office or something like that, or head office or an analyst or something, would be able to see that and say, oh yeah, let's go find this guy. Unless, of course, it's some kind of open cover-up to try and, you know, muddy the waters a little bit. It's entirely possible, but I think that's a bit of a stretch. I want to say it's probably more government incompetence than anything else. But apart from that, nothing to read. Same again, nothing to read. Oh, hang on. Check before calling for service call. Sonnolly or... I think I might say Donnelly. That could be a D. Check before calling. Do we have anything there? Water supply to something. Thermal something. Electric supply to equipment. Electric supply to equipment. There we go. We worked out what it says. Sort of. Nothing to read here. Top load only. Fragile glass or handle like glass. Apart from that, nothing to see here. We mentioned this last time. Multiple books. TOEFL IB team. Not sure what that is. It does come across as a bit of a textbook. Fire and Fury is the book on Trump. But it was by an... It wasn't written by Trump himself. It was by some kind of biographer or some kind of attachment to Trump's first... It's not his first full term, but the very, very start of his presidency. And that's where the book comes from. And I think Fire and Fury is the line he said to Kim Jong-il or something. Anyway, large envelopes, small envelopes, electronics and sampling, Apple. Yeah, this is just a storage room full of supplies and stuff. USB super drive, large envelopes, eyeglass cleaning tissue, Apple. Yeah, it's exactly as I mentioned. But I want to see the documents. Okay. Nothing really to read. That looks like there might be stuff in that folder, but this looks like a manual or something for possibly a radiator or something else. These look like springs to me, so it's like a manual for something, like stuck in a something I would stick in a man drawer on top of an Amazon package. I can't make out any details on this phone, but it's another extension phone similar to what we've seen in the house. Oh. Okay, bottles of water, but nothing to read. Oh, hang on. This is better. So, office. Yeah, and we can see it a little bit more. Office. This might be Karina or something. Something with a K. Sumerians? I'm not sure. I think these are all different rooms. Something office. Something cell. Something here. Kitchen, oval room. We've seen a reference to oval room before. All page. Open door. Yeah, some of these are repeats. Now, what do we got here? Now, this is better. Renata, I'm not sure what that is. We've got a receipt here. Exit device. Instructions. So, some kind of instruction. Is that a VEK or NDP? Possibly a password. It's a fucking tip. But apart from that, it doesn't look like there's anything else apart from that. So, you know, random notes and all of that, maybe probably useless, possibly useful. Okay, and we got that again. KEU, I want to say, or HEU. I want to say that's a K based on how the it angles up like that. KEU and NDP. Although that's a strange E. It looks more like a backwards 3 to me. Open door, staff second, JE third, staff JE fourth. Yeah, but unfortunately we can't see any further details on the phone there. And these are bottles of water. And this is end cap bracket. So this is probably for some kind of electronic device, maybe a generator or something like that. Device and outside trim. 40% above finished floor. Appropriate trim template. RHR door application is rotated 180 degrees. So maybe that's something to do with like an electronic door, potentially. I don't know. Autism for the win, I guess. Okay. Yeah, that's the same one. I need to stop turning my head like that. It's, you know. So, okay. FTC, kitchen, overroom, Merwin, D&D. I don't think that stands for Dungeons and Dragons. Conference room, potentially that stands for. And another box of tissues. Jesus. Right, let's rotate this, see what it says. NP plus KK. Could mean anything. Nothing to see or read there. That's dark. Although there was a paper there. Cotton Poplin? I don't know. Marshall. I think we've seen this before. And we read this last time. This is like a staff log of who did what on what date. So nothing to see there. Nothing to see there. This is the, if I'm recording correctly, that's the downstairs security room. So we might be getting a certain portrait of Bill Clinton at some point. Beard and stubble. But apart from that, there's nothing else I can make in this dark-ass room. Which is annoying, because there's a paper there. Beard and stubble. Okay, you can turn on the lights, but it's not what we just saw. But yeah, maintenance warehouse. Pretty sure that's a light bulb. It could be some kind of weird posh light bulb with the twirly bits. You can get something like that. I just have the basic bones one, and they do me just fine. Kivik, not sure what that is. Beard and stubble. Yeah. Oh, hang on. More passwords. NDP plus. It could be KEK, like Kek. Yeah, NDP plus Kek. And this is what I mentioned last time. So here we have, obviously we got, I think Trump's in here somewhere. I think that might be him, I'm not sure. But I mentioned this. This isn't a smoking gun. Because it looks to me like it's sort of a shrine, if you like, of Epstein meeting and hobnobbing with famous people. Sorry, hobnobbing for our American friends. Could just be, you know, socializing, mingling, that kind of thing. Hobnobbing sounds very, very British, doesn't it? But yeah, but this, we got photos of, and I mean, that's Maxwell. Yeah, but it looks like a photo collection of famous people that Jeffrey Epstein has met. Doesn't necessarily mean that these famous people are involved in the horrible tragedy that's happened. Doesn't necessarily mean so. However, is there a degree towards it, I would say, based purely on their association. Some of these could be just, you know, a one and done meeting, you know, take the photo, bye. Some of these people could be just chums of the guy. So I don't want to speculate too much on who's involved, but I will say the Pope is here. I don't think the Pope's a pedo. So it could just be it's like a collection of, you know, of famous people that Jeffrey Epstein has met, with a photo of Jeffrey Epstein and the famous person. Although I'm pretty sure, I don't think that's Epstein. But yeah, it's a bit weird. But it does come across as a bit of a shrine to me, which is a little bit disturbing. Okay, ooh. Black Family Trustee Meeting, November 21st, 2014. Okay. Black is a surname. Could be referring to members of the African American community, of course. But, excuse me. But we don't know, FBI, until you open the fucking folder. SPR something here. Now, something I have noticed, we've got these, like, post-its or sticky notes of random scribbles. I mean, these could be dropped by the FBI, actually. I don't know. Could this be an FBI reference to denote bits of evidence or bits of interest? Quite possibly. And that's a Dell remote control. That's something I can read. That is something of Charlemagne. That's what that says. Oh, a 2-deck card set. So it looks like a pack of playing cards, but like maybe a posh version. Charlemagne, ancient Ash Roman Emperor. Oh, I need a drink. Blu-ray disc. Oh, we've got some partially censored information here. At a glance, this is June 2009. Calendar before mentioned July 2019. So not 2009, 2019. Right. Can't make out that. Can't make out that. Let's see if we can make out some of the information on the table here. Okay. Dear Uncle 4, maybe? Thanks. Love all of us. Something redacted. Now, if we take the size of that rectangle, take the size of the rectangle, measure it up against the line here. It's diagonal, first of all, so that's diagonal from the perspective of the person reading it. So it implies that this line here isn't particularly big. It could just be a name, doesn't have any contact information, some kind of name that this is from. And it's the same here, but this is a bigger square. So this could be the address or something, but you know, normally I wouldn't keep it like that. You can just stick an address on an envelope if you need to. You don't necessarily need to stick the address on the same bit of paper you're writing on. So maybe this is like another conspirator or something like that, or dear Uncle 4 or something like that. It might not say that at all. It might not say dear Uncle 4, but it does look like uncle that this word is. Uncle, and this looks like a 4 with like quotation marks like that. But this thanks, love all of us, I think this says. Although this could be a T at the end. Love all at her, or love all at us, it could be. But yeah, that's what it says. And this one, 22 something. I don't know, some kind of fancy thing, but they do redact a decent bit of info there. So yeah, a little bit of juicy info, but not enough to go. Okay, and they just you know put a clearer version up. Okay, that's fine. But we don't see the other one. 22 ABC. Burlington, Vermont, US Broadcast Group. So this is a videotape. It's a video cassette. Very old. Some of our younger members might not know what that is. Oh, that's a strange looking DVD. Yeah, basically a chunky ass version of a DVD. I'm sure you know what a VHS is. You can Google it. But HK and KK. These could be, as I say, these could be FBI references. This says something garden. Not sure. Blu-ray disc. Okay, well he's got the VHS and he's got a fucking Blu-ray here, so you know you would have thought they modernized. Apart from that, nothing to see here. America. Yeah, I MP plus Keck. Yeah, it's possible that those are FBI references rather than Epstein references. It seems a bit weird that he'd have posters with randomly seeming like numbers and letters around. So I want to say that's probably an FBI kind of thing. A CD kind of thing. Yeah, he has CDs, VHSs, all that kind of stuff all over. So, I mean, he clearly hasn't had a clean out in a while. So it's entirely possible that this whole thing's been going on for decades going back decades. And indeed, if he was 48, if he was like in his 40s in 1997, yeah, that would lend credence to it, because VHSs were a thing in 1997. But yeah, Mirrorx CDs, yeah, more of the same, but nothing to read. L, but nothing to read. Anything to read in here? No. There's yeah, photos of people, so I'm not going to zoom in on that. Nothing to read there, but possible victims, which, yeah, I don't want to focus on. More posters. I think these have to be FBI references. Kuan Yin. Oh, what does that say? Something Zyme caps. Possibly a medication. Or a, like a massage oil, because we know he was big on the whole massage things. V. Anything here? Can't read that. Yeah. Censored pictures there, but nothing to read. Is that a teddy bear? That's a teddy bear. Oh, fuck's sake. Alright. Jeffrey E. Epstein, that's what that says. And yeah. Okay, yeah, I think these are evidence markers. These are tape recordings. It's a glove or something. Something Savers, that says. I want to say. Why? And initials, yeah, we got somebody searching this place, but nobody put the X in the box. Okay, that's a more respectable looking PC tower. 553. Yeah, these are, I think these guys came in like super early in the morning or something. I'm not 100% sure. Or it could be the evening, I suppose. Nope, yep, definitely afternoon. 4:35 p.m. JJ. So yeah, that's an evidence marker of some kind, probably for that tablet. But nothing to read. FF. Anything to read here? Can't read that. That's a table book. We've seen this from before. We come back here. That's the huge-ass printer that we saw previously. Yeah, 455, yeah. Yeah, but post-it notes are just FBI references, I think. Yep, there and there. And, yeah, I don't think those posters were there before, so it's just people going around and adding these in, like, post pictures. Shredder bags. Brother. Shredmaster. EXP 420C, fine typing paper. EXP quality products. And post-it note from Mr. or Mrs. FBI. GG. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Fucking Christ. Alright. I'm gonna like skip over any of these references because these are FBI markers rather than anything related to Jeffrey, you know, the whole mess. Yeah. These are just FBI markers. We can skip over them. Well, I won't skip over them, but we can pass by them quickly. Okay. II. Nothing to read here. Nothing to read here. NN. Not Net Narrator. It doesn't stand for that. In this case, nothing to read here. Oh, Townsend. Labs Inc. Computer Bits. Nothing to read here. I need to stop reading the useless shit. I really do. Nothing to read here. Nothing to read here. Nothing to read here. We've been back to this room again. Fire. That's what that says. Looks like a guest room, but nothing to read. HH. We're back in this fucking room. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Give me something to read. Yeah, we've been in this room before. We've seen what this is, but nothing to read. Yeah, it does look like that this round of photos is just people like putting their post-its on stuff and then taking photos of it. So nothing to read. Nothing to read. Yeah, behind here is the huge-ass printer. EE. DD. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. We're nearly at the end of this lot. Nothing to read. BB. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. AA, but nothing to read. 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 Again, Proctor. X. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. It repeats again. Nothing to read. And nothing to read. Right, let's get the next lot up. 400 done so far in 1 hour and 20 minutes. Okay, well, we are going to get dataset 1 done today, I think. I will push to do that, at least that. But we got 7 more datasets afterwards, and I'm not looking forward to... Well, I'm both looking forward and not looking forward to doing it. I'll be looking forward to when it's all over. But yeah, actually putting myself through this is, yeah, not the most pleasant thing. Not the most pleasant thing I could be reading. There's plenty of good stuff. I mean, A Christmas Carol, I read that. Part of the reason why I didn't stream on that day was because A Christmas Carol is meant to be, a good, warm, comfy Christmas story. Of a sort. But it's a classic. So, but I wasn't going to spoil it by, by doing this at the same time. Now, as for yesterday, I ran out of time yesterday. A bunch of IRL commitments I've got, and also working behind the scenes as Net Narrator. Obviously, in the run-up to Christmas tomorrow. Oh, good! We've got some more stuff to read. Although I think that might be the signing off of the photographer. So let's go through this and see if we can get into some new stuff. Nothing to read here. We saw that before. I think there's some kind of history book. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. That could be the Indian. This could be the Indian room, actually. I don't know. Just that vibe, even though it was a bit. There's nothing particularly cultural about it. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Fucking Christ! Nothing to read. Nothing to read but sussy art, which I don't want to go into. That doesn't say anything, so nothing to read. 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 U. T. S. 634. And there's Epstein and Epstein again. God, he loves photos of himself. Himself and others. S. R. Nothing there. Nothing there. P. Bear room then. That maybe the Indian room based on the wallpaper. But Jesus Christ, there's nothing to read there. I don't want to focus on the naked butt. O. Yeah, Epstein and someone. Epstein and someone. God, that's a fucking kid in the background, but thankfully blurred out. What does this say? Well, it's still in the envelope, but can't really make out what it says. Okay, well they've taken a close up of this. These are FBI references. I want to see the letter. Oh, no. Did we get a close up of the letter? It should be on the desk. Nothing to read there. Censored photos of either involved people or victims. I think some of these are Maxwell. I do know that. Ghislaine Maxwell obviously being the main conspirator that is currently alive and in custody with the FBI. But yeah, we know there's others. We're not seeing the others yet. But I will certainly try and find them. Oh, this isn't blurred. Okay, this looks like a younger guy. He's taller. I think if any of them is Epstein in this photo, is this guy. This looks like an older guy, I want to say, with a tie, jacket. Thin legs. This guy's got thicker legs. Not sure what that is. Yeah, not something I can read, but if I notice these details, I will point them out for the chat because, indeed, one of you may find it useful or interesting. And I've got to keep this stream interesting. Well, yeah. I may need to read the thing, but I also want people to sort of enjoy it to some degree as well. Okay, saucy photo. Next one. And nothing to read. Nothing to read. We've seen this room before. Nothing to read. Seen again. Nothing to read. Okay, don't think we had we could see that painting before, but nothing to read. Bit tacky anyway. Nothing to read. Okay, nothing to read. No, we saw this at the start. Nothing to read. J. What is that? A bunch of jewelry boxes with glass case on top. Well, it's strange, but nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. H, nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. God damn, nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Yeah, as I say, this is like a Final Fantasy summon, I think, from 15. I think what I think it's called Rama or something like that is the summer. Anyway, let's have a check. Heartless Hobo, I do love your H of Y videos, by the way. I've been on a huge binge. Oh, thank you very much for watching. I'm glad you enjoyed them. Yeah, series are still going. Do you have if you have a favorite series, I can recommend some more. But if not, just watch all of them. That's something you can do. And 4 videos a day, going back like 6 or 7 years at this point. Yeah, I'm glad. Thank you. Go on the binge. There's plenty there to binge on. And I know a lot of people are working. They're driving. They need something to get them through that process. So yeah, absolutely, there should be plenty on the channel to get you sorted out. I will need to update the playlists as well, actually, for audiobooks, because I've noticed they don't have as many views, but they're definitely worth listening to. Anyway, enough of that tangent. Got to power through these. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. That's E. Nothing to read. C. Nothing to read. Maldives. We saw that last time. Nothing to read there. A lot of these look generic. I almost thought that was Peter Capaldi. That's Marilyn Monroe, obviously. Atlas Obscura, that says. But apart from that, nothing to read. And yet again, more boxes of tissues. He's got boxes of tissues everywhere. That is a little bit disturbing. B, can't really read those books. I think we tried to anyway, and we sort of covered that in the last stream, so I'll pass over that. There we go! There we go. There's the money shot. Bill Clinton in a dress and red heels. Now, what I wanted to do last time, but I couldn't, I want to see what this says in particular, because it's too blurred out. It hasn't been zoomed in. I think it might be handwritten by Clinton. We don't know. But I do want to see. But why the fuck he has this photo? This is, I think, as you come into the house, I think this is the security room on the right-hand side. And indeed, it says letter A, so this is one of the first rooms you come into. Why does he have that right there as you open the door? You know, it could be a prank of sorts in a way. I want to say it comes across as a prank. To do that, just, hey, Bill Clinton, here you go, here's the house. Hey, check out the security room. There you go. That thing, it could be that. That's what I would do. I'm sure that's what a few of you would do with a picture like that. But we don't know. But I want to be able to see what this says so I can read it. So let's see if we actually get that. Okay. There's a more clearer photo of Clinton. Again, this is hard to see. At the very least, this is a signature. This is a signature. This is not an address or anything. This is a stamp. So I want to see what that says. And of course, we don't get a zoom in on that. But I'm willing to bet the photographer had a laugh about the Clinton picture. Yeah, I should say that painting in itself, it doesn't necessarily mean that Bill Clinton is involved in the mess. Just from that picture, I'm aware that there's stuff going on later on, and I'm aware there's other things that have come out involving him. But just from that painting alone, I will say that doesn't imply that he's involved. It does imply that he's good friends with Jeffrey Epstein, though. Because, why else would you have that fucking picture there? But yeah, but nothing to read here. These are all tours and stuff. This is the security room. This is the cellar. Okay, so this is another room. Presumably, maybe his bosses, the photographer's bosses, told them to go back, take extra photos of these particular locations of interest. I want to say that's probably why they've done it in this order, because otherwise that's a bit of an out of whack order. KK, there we go again. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Nothing to read here. Nothing to read here. LL, nothing to read here. That's the start from again. A lot of these are repeats. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. But I want to see what that note says to the side of Bill Clinton's portrait. If there's any kind of enhanced image of that. I don't know, but I can't make it out from zooming in just on these PDFs. I mean, I will see if it's possible on the on the website itself, but I don't think it is. In fact, I'll check it out now. Let me just double check. So I know where we are. 1473. Let me just go back. My apologies for the tangent. It's here somewhere. Okay, found it first try. Nope, not there. Yeah, no, not even going on the website and doing it from my web browser, I can't zoom in on that specific letter. But yeah, thank you, Flynn. I'm aware of the like copying stuff from the redacted and pasting in Word. I am going to do that. I just need to get there first. Because at the moment, we're on image or PDF 1473, and I'm aware that it starts with dataset 8. It goes into triple digits, but very, very soon I think we will be like a fifth of the way through what's available so far, possibly, but we'll see. So nothing to see here. Proud to be a unit operated yet. Nothing to see here. Yeah, because I feel the other data sets, they're not as large. I don't think. I haven't fully scattered them out yet, I will admit. Nothing to see here. Although we do have documents coming up, and most of this is just repeats and photos, which we can't really make use of. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. PP, haha. Nothing to read. 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 Now I want to say this is FBI stuff. This is these are the blueprints, including the notes on which section or which room corresponds to what. So we saw room A was the security room with the Bill Clinton portrait or picture, and date 7/6/19, and they're talking about the preparer 3A Malcolm Grant. It could be pre-A, possibly an internal FBI thing. Preparer SOS Kimberly Mader or something like that. These look like FBI people. Either that, or it's the FBI has taken this and then they've added their own notes onto it. But yeah, I'm looking forward to trying to. I mean, I've already downloaded the PDF. So if the DoD try to change it and try to make it so you can't like pull the words out and stick it into a Word document, I will have that ability anyway. And then I'll see if I end up getting fucking swatted for that shit. But oh well, it will be worth the attempt, I think. Because as I say, these people need to be brought to justice. Okay, same blueprints as well. I'm going to pass over these because we did cover these in the last stream. And very soon we'll be getting to 500 images covered this stream, even though a lot of it has been passing over. Okay, so word of warning to those people that haven't seen, this rope leads to something particularly disturbing. And I'll point it out when it happens, but a lot of you might not have seen the last stream, but I will bring it up when it's shown. Or if it comes up this stream. This is the entrance. Those are the big doors. Yeah, are we going to go up the stairs and see? There we go. So that's the disturbing thing that I really pointed out last time. So this looks like a girl, woman. I mean, considering the situation, it looks like a girl to me. Black girl climbing down a rope, trying to escape, and this looks like a bridal veil. And we confirmed that last time from the... Oh, I hit my mic. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. And yeah, that looks like a bridal veil of a girl escaping, which is fucking disturbing, especially given the context. I mean, that would be disturbing normally, I would say. But yeah, that's just word of warning. I don't like that. It's nothing I can read, but I would be remiss if I didn't at least talk about it. What the fuck is that meant to be, FBI agent? Like, it's a blank room. There's nothing there. There you go. You turned on the lights. It's the door. But what I want to see the note by Bill Clinton's picture. I want to see that note. I need it enhanced. I mean, I don't know if I'll outright go and pay a bounty to get a direct snapshot of that, but I want to be able to read it. Oh, okay, right. We got stuff to read. Brilliant. United States District Court by the Southern District of New York in the matter of search of briefly describe the property to be searched or identify the person by name and address. See attachment 1. 19th Mag 6439, case number 19CC 450. KM. Oh god, that's hard to read. KMIN, I think. Search and seizure warrant. 2. Any authorized law enforcement officer. An application by a federal law enforcement officer or an attorney for the government requests the search of the following personal property located in the Southern District of New York. This is hard to see. Identify the person or describe the property to be searched and give its location. See attachment A. The person or property to be searched described above is believed to have... Now, what the fuck does this say? Something. See attachment A. Okay. Attachment A better be bloody good. The search and seizure are related to the... defendants of something? This is faded. This is faded. That's a bit sus. Oh, hang on. Insert statutory something. Yeah, it's easier showing up on the stream. It might just be like the resolution. But yeah, it's easier to see in the stream. Title 18, United States Code sections 371 and 1591. I find that the... I find that the affiliates, maybe, or any research recorded testimony establish probable cause to search and seize the person's property. You are committed to execute this warrant on or before July 12th, 2019. In the daytime, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. And yeah, that wasn't selected at any time of day or night. I find reasonable cause to be established. Unless delayed... Oh, fucking hell, this is blurry as hell. Unless delayed notice is authorized before, you must give a copy of the warrant and a receipt for the property, taken to the person from whom, or from whose premises the property was taken, or leave the copy and receipt at the place where the property was taken. Yeah, this is blurred here. This faded. It's not great. The officer executing this warrant, or an officer present during the execution of the warrant, must something to inventory as required by law and promptly return this warrant and inventory to the clerk of the court. This isn't ticked. Upon its return, this warrant and inventory should be filed under seal by the clerk of the court. Yeah, might be easier for you guys to see on your end. Is a bit more difficult to see. So I will look on that screen there. I have two monitors. This is my main monitor. The monitor over there is what you see on the stream. And I'll actually be looking at that because I can see it as well. Okay. I find that immediate notification may have an adverse result listed in 18 USC number 2705, except for the delay of trial, and authorize the officer executing this warrant to delay notice to the person who or whose property will be searched or seized. Check the appropriate box. Nothing's been checked here. Good job, FBI. Date and time issued, 7/11/19, 12:50 p.m. With a signature here. I'm not sure who that is. Oh, well, we'll see underneath. Judge's signature. City and State, New York, New York. Hang on, what's that say? So, not sure what this says, but it's Honorable Henry Hoffman, U.S. Magistrate Judge. Well, thank you, Judge Hoffman. Fucking hell, this is... What the hell does this say? It's really annoying. Well, case 3IC-NY 302-7611. Oh, hang on. United States Department of Justice, Federal Bureau of Investigation, receipt for property. Case ID, that, which I just said. On date 7/11/19. Items listed above. certified/solved, named Jeffrey Epstein, named address. This is blank, but I mean, I think it's the name of the address that they're investigating, so that should be easy to see. City, New York, 10031, I want to say. Now, what the fuck is this supposed to be? What the hell is this meant to be? I can't read that. Alright, I'll go through what I can read. These are descriptions of items, so I think these are things that have been stolen. I think there is a printed copy somewhere, from what I've seen of stuff flying around social media. So, for example, this one says one Sony Vant laptop, or something like that. So these are items that have been taken. So one Sony camera, one Apple desktop computer. So it says items, but I mean, have a look at that yourself. See if you can see what's in there. It's not possible, is it? At least not for me. So yeah, if there is a printed version of this, yeah, great, but this is fairly illegible. Like, look at this writing here, compare it to this writing here. This is not good. And received by, no signature, printed title, nothing there. And received from, this is information from like FBI agent info, but this is faint as hell. I mean, could be sabotage potentially. I mean, could also just be the FBI agent had a shitty pen. But if there is a printed version out there somewhere, let's do it. And this one, you see, you have a working pen here clearly. 8/12/19. Case ID 3IENY 3027571. Photographer redacted. FBI. Location Little Street, James Island. Area A, US Virgin Islands. Okay. So the US Virgin Islands, Little St. James Island. So we're potentially dealing with something different here. This could be the island itself. So let's have a look. Oh, how's everyone doing in chat? Those are all-star bulbs. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen the general theme of the New York address is that it's old stuff. Anyway, but let's see if we can do 1,500 to 1,600. So, with luck, this is a new location we're dealing with. Possibly. We'll see. Greetings, Dipbrit. Yep. That's me. And seen a lot of redacted info. Yep, absolutely. But, there are ways to copy it and also ways to see the number of characters as well. Okay, yeah, new location. New location. Oh, brilliant. Nice and sunny. What bad things can go on here? Nothing good. It's such a pleasant place. But yeah, palm trees. No. Okay. Nothing to see here, but it's a big location from what we can see. A lot of stuff going on here. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Lovely view. Yeah. Maybe... well, maybe Mr. Beast can lend me one of his private islands. I will treat it well. No, but this is a huge-ass island, though. This is pretty impressive. Nothing to see here. I want an island. I'm jealous now. Nothing to see here. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. That's the same fucking location. Nothing to read. That's a swimming pool. Although we do know from the Epstein court documents that we read last year that there was plenty of activity going on around the pool. But this is bare bones. We do know there's like massage areas as well, or yeah. I mean, massaging is like it's the euphemism they use for the kind of horrible tragedies they did. So yeah, we'll go through this. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nope, I thought that was a plaque. Nothing to read. Interesting statuette though. Nothing to read. 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 Okay, well we can power through this quickly at least. Nothing to read. 10:08. That's it. That's how bored I am with this. There you go. Oh, 10:11. There you go. You're taking your sweet time, FBI. Nothing to read. If I don't know if this is FBI, I think it's if it's the U.S. Virgin Islands, do the FBI still have jurisdiction? Probably, I would say. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. It looks deserted, this bit. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Weird ass photo, but it does look. It does look abandoned, like there's nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. Yeah, could just have been cleared out. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Give me something to fucking read. If people want to scout ahead and tell me where there is something to read, then great. Hey, this isn't HYP stories. No, it certainly isn't HYP stories. It isn't HFY either. There is no humanity fuck yeah going on in here. Unless you want to count me reading the entire fucking thing. But I personally wouldn't. I mean, the reason why I split the last Epstein content that I did into 2 videos was specifically because I didn't want that breaking my record for longest video I've ever read. That honor goes to Shadowrun. But yeah, nothing to read, nothing to read. I still think it's very important to cover, though, even if it's not HFY. And bear in mind, I don't just do HFY stories. Indeed, I dip my toes into other things as well. Especially in the you know, considering AI is seeming to dominate the scene on YouTube at the moment with HFY. But thankfully, a lot of these channels are getting demonetized and banned, which is very, very satisfying to see, especially around Christmas time. Nothing to read, nothing to read. Well, all I am at the moment is incredibly fucking jealous that this guy had a private island. I don't know what I would do with a private island, considering I spend all of my time in my study recording stories and reading stuff. But, you know, a guy likes to dream. Nothing to read, nothing to read. Again, it's the same room. It looks completely bare bones. It looks completely deserted. Could be like a staff room that wasn't used or something. But yeah, this looks completely abandoned from what I can see so far. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. It's like it's being stripped down, bare bones, of any kind of whatever was going on here. I don't want to say soul of the place. It doesn't look, from what we've seen so far, it doesn't look lived in, this place. Because like a place like this wouldn't have soul, but you know what I mean, like lived in. Normally there'd be like towers, a few other paintings scattered about rather than just that one. You know, you would expect there would be more stuff to sort of focus on and pay attention to. Rather than just bare floor, bare walls, you know, nothing else there. Oh, hello. Hello, Clara and Dexter. Yeah, do you want to come up and say hello to chat? Well, you don't like me picking you up, but you're happy to just sit there and listen to me. Well, I don't know if it will pick up on the mic, but they are purring really, really loudly. So we'll see if that actually shows up on the in the videos I've already scheduled up. But yeah, they love it when like sitting in here and listening to me go, God damn, I'm slowing like a mofo. And I haven't even had any whiskey yet. This may help. So what this is, I like my whiskey. This is a decently peated whiskey, Scotch, and I really, really enjoy it. I can't remember the specific name, but it is from one of the Highland distilleries. Islay, I think it is. No, Islay is the island. I should just shut up. I don't know what I'm talking about. I should stop stirring as well. I'm meant to be reading. It's just I've been so out of practice with reading stuff with all these random photos of shit that that I'm losing my touch. Anyway, nothing. Okay, there's a fucking chair. Let's see if there's anything. Okay, we've got a few things in here. Seashells. Nothing to read, though. Nothing to read. Decorators going on. Either that or the FBI have been using that to go up into the loft to see if there's any like hidden spaces and stuff, which, they could be considering the kind of crap that's been going on. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Give me a document. Nothing to read. 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 Some tribal things. Bit tacky, but okay. Nothing to read. I'm jealous as hell of this guy, though. But yeah, okay, this room does look a little bit more lived in, but you know, it does give the vibe of it being, you know, cleared out. So nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. I mean, could this be that the FBI's collected everything and then taken photos? I'm not sure. Nothing there. Okay, that looks a little bit more lived in. 2 chairs, curtains, all that. Okie dokie. Nothing there. Nothing. Oh, hang on. What's this say? Well, I can't really read it, but it does look like an instruction manual for the speaker, which is not in this photo, but it's in this room. Speaker with like a little bronze actual speaker bit, and the rest of it being the box. That just looks like an instruction manual for that. But it does look like this place has been cleared out of important things. That's the vibe I'm getting. Bear in mind, I'm not a law enforcement expert or anything like that. I'm not a cop. The cops in my country are considered a bit of a joke anyway. I'm just a narrator. But I can, you know, as I say, my expertise lies purely in reading stuff and sort of unraveling the reading comprehension of what's going on. Comprehending, like, the words and the context, I should say. Anyway, nothing there. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Again, nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Yeah. A bit of disturbing art there. Nothing to read. Hang on. Yeah, TV is plugged in. I was going to say, it sort of, with the wire curved up like that, it gave the impression of just like a TV being put in, you know, left unplugged just to, yeah. I don't know, it just looks, it has a showroom feel. Oh, you're UK, or from the UK, I mean, gee, what gave it away? I've got the accent. No, I'm very much a British YouTuber. Although, I will admit, I have a lot of people that watch my videos in America, which, a place I would love to visit at some point. Nothing to read, nothing to read. Oh, hang on. This is legible. Maybe we can get an alternative angle of this document here. But yeah, it's... all of this is pushed up against the wall. It looks like it's been cleared. Nothing to read? Yeah, there we go. There's the speaker I mentioned from earlier. It was an instruction manual for that speaker. But it's... yeah. Why have an instruction manual for that speaker on a table? You know, it looks like people have just moved in or moved out, for example. I think that's the vibe I got from the TV, because that's how it was when I moved into my current place. You know, like, you just put things in certain locations or where you want them, and you just leave the wires hanging out or something. Like, it gives me that vibe. It's like, okay, this is a placeholder for this TV. I don't want to plug it in yet, because I don't know if it's actually going to stay there or not. But yeah, but it looks either cleared or fake or stuff like that, as Corey points out. Yeah, Corey the Blue Dragon 1987. I realized when you said the police thing. Yeah, that would do it. Yeah. You don't want to hear my opinion about that. Well, you probably do, but I at least want to get the Epstein stuff first before I get a knock on the door from the cops. Anyway, nothing to see there, nothing to see there. Yeah, exactly. Why would you have this pushed against the wall here? What is the purpose of that? I mean, clearly, like, it's had a thorough going through before these photos were taken. A going through by the FBI or by any conspirators in the matter, I do not know. Or it could just be, you know, the island's abandoned for a certain period of time and, like, say, during the summer, they go there, except the New York photos were taken in July. So you would expect July would be a good time to be at this island. But apparently not. Right, nothing there. All piled up against there. Why is it there? Why is it not just, like, laid out normally? Don't know. I'm just the reedy guy. I need to stop finding meaning from photos, and I need to start finding meaning from words. This is possibly useless, but this is something to possibly read. Still no close-up shot of this. That's essentially using a British plug system. Still not close enough to read whatever the fuck this is, because, as I say for those people just coming in, when you zoom in, you don't see much. And I double-checked this on the website as well. Was that a camera? This is not a camera. This is a extension plug. Like, you can see it. You can't see the plug on the other side, but this represents a UK plug, where it has like one main prong here and then two little prongs on the side. But all of these like remotes and stuff, it's all piled into a corner. So this is obviously not taken like, you know, in its natural state. Like whoever's been involved has just, they've cleared it out long before they taken photos. Yeah, I don't care about the picture. I care about the note on the printer. But yeah, this is all furniture piled up in the corner, so this has been cleaned out completely, I reckon. Oh, okay. This is something I would get my girlfriend if I actually fucking had one. Let's move on, shall we? Oh, there's two of them. Oh, is that a little mole or a little polar bear? Oh, so adorable. Okay, but we've got a close-up here. What are we dealing with here? Okay, this is a date in the corner. I can't tell what is. This is something here. Introduction. And these are bullet points. This could be a legal form, I want to say. I have seen legal forms or legal warrants similar to this. And this one says theatre free. So this is potentially a projector of some kind. But this, I want to get a close-up of this with the pen. I'm sorry, I was so distracted by these. Okay. We get a little bit of a close-up. Look, it's right there, but you can't zoom in. I mean, that's an Epson printer, big words. But you don't want to focus on this. These cameras are just shit. Unless this is, like, willful crapping up of the image. But yeah, you see, can you read that? Because I can't read that. I want to try and read it. Previous pictures, black boxing corners at the top and wires, maybe just current for external lights. So you're talking about like a security camera. I mean, it would make sense. I'll keep an eye out for them as we explore these other rooms. But yeah, these ones, 2 phones, yeah, 3 phones, multiple phones, walkie-talkies, yeah, all piled over here. I want to see this document though. I mean, this could just be, this could be a list of things being seized, I want to say. Like, the item being seized, the quantity of the item being seized, and then the reference to the FBI. But then again, why have that printed off, first of all, and all the items here? That I don't know. Would the FBI have a printer on hand or something, or would they do that? I don't know. This could be a list of things seized by the FBI. Like, judging by... I can't see the specific words, so I could be completely wrong here. But this could be, like, lists of things, the quantity of the things, so 1111111, possibly. And then the FBI's reference for the evidence item it is. Possibly, we don't know. Or of course I could just go on to the next fucking photo. We have stuff to read. Theatre equipment. Okay. Turns out I'm talking shit. 31st May 19. Contractor's name, John Bedminster. Okay. Interesting. We have received proposals for demolition of the existing and construction of the new Little St. James Flagpole Pool Cabana. Shaded roof. There was quite a variance in the scopes, so we have taken the liberty of listing what we expect from the contractor during this project. The list is as follows. 1. Prepare a working drawing. Architectural quality is not necessary. 2. General conditions shall be included as part of the line items, not separately. 3. Proposal shall have schedule of values based upon activities listed below. Okay. Turns out I was completely wrong. These are all dollars. These aren't numbers. Let me get a bit closer and read that. So, dollars here. I don't need to read dollar every single time. So, demolition of existing roof, $2,500. Demolition of existing columns, $600. Demolition of existing tile within footprint, $2,100. Provide dumpsters located at owner's discretion, $1,800. With barge for dumpster hauls provided by owner. It's an island. There's no bin then. Excavate and pour new column footings, $3,000. Form and pour 8 new columns, $4,000. Form and pour bond beam, alt steel beam acceptable, $4,350. Strip and remove all formwork, $1,500. Frame roof with 3x8 rafters and 3x10 hips, 4 out of 10 pitch. I'm not a tradie. I don't know if I said that right. $9,500. Install 2 inch by 12 inch first gear board around roof perimeter, $850. Install 1 layer of 3/4 inch PT plywood decking to rafters, $3,129. Install ice and water shield to plywood, $1,800. Install copper flashing and drip edge to match existing, $580. Install concrete roof tile, $7,500. Install and plaster Durox ceiling, $6,500. Plaster all exposed concrete columns and beams, $4,344. Install new coral stone tile per owner's instructions, $4,800. Working drawings, $7,000. An unknown thing for $3,500. And the total, I think that says total, is this amount here. Should you have any questions or require additional information, please feel free to contact Bill Terry at 340-228-6499. Remember, this is a lump sum contract, and any changes will have to be signed by the contractor and owner. Alls. Okay, so that's what that says. Some kind of renovation. Why were they renovating at this specific time? Is it a coincidence? Possibly, possibly not. It may be that if they're just renovating this bit or this area, we may find a more lived-in part of Epstein Island among these photos. Yeah, sorry. As was the case with the note by Bill Clinton's sussy portrait, we never got to see what that said. So that's why I have to speculate with certain things before I move on to the next photo. But in this case, I'm glad we got a focus. I wonder if that number is still active. Well, the way I see it, I can get away with saying it on YouTube because this is publicly available information, basically fully released by the DOJ. So I wouldn't be surprised if that number was defunct at this point, especially because the 31st May 2019, it is over 6 years later. So, it's probably defunct by this point. Anyway. Nothing to read here, nothing to read here. At least we sort of have an idea as to why that bit was abandoned, because they're doing renovations anyway. But, we'll see if we have any other juicy bits. Well, we have a painting at the end, so we'll see. Nothing to read, nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Sussy art again, Jesus Christ. No, I'm not going to focus on that kind of thing. Jesus, FBI, you horny bastard. Anyway, okay. A note there. Please use this bathroom, something like that. We'll see what the note says. Possibly, okay. Please do not use this bathroom with 3 or 4 exclamation marks. Wow, okay. They really didn't want them to use that bathroom. Anyway, nothing to read, nothing to read. Nothing to read, nothing to read. 4 exclamation marks. They really don't want them to use that bathroom, guys. And can't read what it says on the thermostat. Please do not use the bathroom. And okay, we've seen these kind of posters before. It could be an FBI reference, or if we don't see any more apart from that, it could be on the side of Epstein using those post-its. But I think they're FBI references, I want to say. Another bathroom. And they still don't want to use the bathroom. FBI agent, you're so rude. You're going into the bathroom anyway. Anyway, 600 images done this stream. We got 1,400 until... Well, it's over 1,400 until we reach 3,000. I think it's another 200, probably less than 200 after that, before we are completely done with dataset 1. At which point there's 7 other of the fucking things. Well, let's go. gotta keep going. I hit the 2-hour mark for 600 photos. That's not too bad, I don't think. But we've still got a little bit to go. But so obviously, for the 3 days afterwards covering the Christmas period, I won't be streaming. I'll be streaming after, but I won't be streaming New Year either, because New Year, there will be a new series debuting on the channel, as is tradition at the end of every single December. Well, yeah, it's sort of a tradition. It's an unofficial one. I can break these traditions at any time, but I choose not to. Okay. Jacob Draper, 5275, channel member. Hello. Hello, Jacob. How are you doing? I'm doing just fine. I'm losing my fucking sanity. Well, how's everyone doing? I hope your sanity's alright. You've been live for 2 hours and YouTube didn't notify me? It's okay. I don't normally stream, but besides, I've uploaded, like, a decent amount of videos today. It's more than the usual 4. 2 photos, which had to do with the last live stream. They were highlights of, that we saw during that Epstein stream that I read out. Very important to keep a note of. And also a short of the because some of you deserve a palate cleanser based on the stream and based on what I had to, based on those 2 Epstein videos I did. So yeah, that could be why. Also, there's plenty of other YouTubers out there doing live coverage of various things. I don't think anybody else is trying to narrate the entire bloody thing. I think people are trying to summarize, in other cases, but I'm not, because a lot of the people trying to do summarizing of the whole Epstein stuff, they're trying to make a political statement about it. They're trying to say, oh, look, Bill Clinton's doing all this, or, oh, no, Trump is clearly super guilty of all this. My opinion is, who knows, they probably both are. Maybe, maybe not. But I won't know unless I read the entire thing. It'll be, yeah, my motivation is just to do a completely unbiased, as much as possible, reading of the entire thing, and people can draw their own conclusions from that. Although my bias is very much on the side of the victims, because I'm donating all the proceeds from this to charity, to help victims, or victims like the people involved in this. Yeah. But did those words make sense? Like, I'm biased, I'm on the side of the victims, obviously, and against the sick fucks that perpetrated this tragedy. That's the extent of my bias. I don't care about Republican or Democrat necessarily, because I am not a US citizen. I've got my own fucking country to worry about. Even though I have a lot of, I've made friends online on both sides of the table. So yeah, that's my extent. I'm not trying to make a political statement about this. I want heads to roll, and I want justice to be served. That is my only bias. But yeah, that's why it's important to just read the entire thing and just make sure people aren't just using it for their own ends. Anyway, enough about that. Let's carry on. So, nothing to read here. Nothing to read here is a fucking towel rack. That's so interesting. Please do not use this bathroom. Yes, we know. Okay. Yeah, well, clearly somebody has been using that bathroom because there's fucking shower gel there. Nothing to see, nothing to read. Does look bare bones. This could be like a planter or something for plants, but equally doesn't look great as a planter. So it could just be construction, something about construction, or yeah, like a placeholder construction or some kind. I'm not sure how I would describe it. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Might get some things in this room, though. Nothing to read. Okay, well, there's a few things. Brand new bed. These look brand new. Nothing to read. Okay, well, maybe not completely brand new. But like a white bed frame, unless it's cleaned meticulously, it would normally get like some kind of dulling through use, if that makes sense. Nothing to read, nothing to read. These are unplugged. I don't think that's an extension lead. So yeah, these just look brand new and unused. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. What's that noise downstairs? Oh yeah, the keys are up to mischief. Nothing to read. 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 Okay. Well, this isn't opened, but there could be something to read there. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. That's an FBI reference for E. Nothing to read. Couple of clothes. This could be like Maxwell's prepared room or something like that. Doesn't look too used. Nothing to read. Okay, this might have seen some use. Yeah, definitely a woman's been using this. That's a razor. Those are razor blades. I'm not sure what this is. Yeah, I do know these are razor blades. I think I've used that kind of thing before. Tampax, yeah. Jolly good. Lovely. Nothing to read. 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 I mean, you would have thought there would be like a main building somewhere. I was thinking like a mansion or something, but these just look like basic guest rooms that are being done, if that makes sense. But nothing to read. A lot of construction work being done. Nothing to read. Could just be that the construction is used to hide or cover some stuff, but realistically, I don't think so. Yeah. I mean, what the hell is this supposed to be? Is all upturned. I mean, I think this might be the same room, or it could be like a similar room in that same design. The size of the bed, though, 4 posts. It doesn't look like a big bed. I mean, considering the size of the chair, it's a small chair. It covers up most of the bed. This is a lampshade and a light. I don't know. What size bed would you say that is? Was it just a normal double, maybe? Probably not a king size, definitely not. Again, it just looks like a tip. There's nothing to read here. So yeah, it could just be that people have like just cleared up the entire thing. Nothing to read, nothing to read, nothing to read. Nothing to read, nothing to read. No, that's the same cupboard we saw previously. Nothing to read. So yeah, this could be like a guest house kind of thing. Guest house right on the edge of the beach there. And we've seen other similar buildings over there. But I want to know what sort of, if that makes sense, where my microphone is. Like, if that's the beach, I want to know what's going on behind there. So, from behind where the cameraman is that the main building of the house? Because, you know, I would expect, like, if you have a private island, you've got to have a big house, somewhere, a main building, and a couple of guest huts or something like that. But I don't know how the rich and famous work. Judging from what we know, Epstein did host like big groups or big parties at his island, so could very well be more than just this. Yeah, another guest house, stairs going down. This could be the same one, or it could be like one here, and the stairs going down the center. It would be symmetrical. But yeah, nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Possibly a different room. Nothing to read there. Nope, that's the same clothing as before, I think. I think it's just an alternative angle. Yeah, alternative angle. Oh, slurring my words, I shouldn't be doing that. Nothing here. Nothing here to read. 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 Nothing. Yep, those are the same clothes as before. It's the same room, but nothing to read. Potentially stuff to read in here. Could be, you know, they could just be new notepads just left there. But yeah, nothing to read there. We do know there's like full-on documents to come in these files. But yeah, these are... It's really frustrating just going through photos at the moment. Nothing to read here. 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 It's the same fucking bathroom. Nothing to read here. Okay, but we do have multiple of these types of huts. They could just be basic clones of each other. They could be done up differently. Not sure yet. I'm inclined to say they're probably done up the same because there's been a lot of like work and construction stuff being done. It could just be that these are just being built. They've got the basic bone stuff put in, and they're basically relatively new huts. So Epstein could be doing like some kind of expansion here around the time that he was caught. Although I think most of these were taken in 2019, I think. Was that when Epstein killed himself rather than when he was necessarily caught? I can't remember when he was caught compared to when he died. Like, how long ago was that? I need to check afterwards. That's not my role to do right now. My role is to read stuff. Nothing to read here. Nothing to read here. Nothing to read here. Or here. Or here. Or here. Or here. Or here. Fuck's sake. Or here. Give me something to read. Is a different hut though, because these are different clothes in the... oh no. Hi. Yeah. Okay. There's more clothes, but there was clothes in a cupboard next to a bathroom. But I want to say that this is a different hut compared to what we saw previously. Yeah, you see, we've seen this type of desk before. It's the exact same type of desk, exact same sort of type of lamp, but no notepads. Oh, hang on. Maybe not. Maybe the same types of notepads, but they've been moved or they're in a different spot. So it could just be they're like this is like the bare bones basic furnishings for each of these huts. I mean, quite possibly. We don't know for sure. Just my attempts to sort of make sense of it, if you like. But nothing here. Nothing here. Nothing here. Clothes there. Although these are previously like they were female clothes. These look more male. I mean, these shoes possibly female. I don't know. It could be female instead, but I want to say that all these shirts and stuff, it's probably a male occupying this place, or a male to occupy this place, and these are just like generic, hey, have a spare shirt if you need it, the kind of thing. Yeah. But no, like, it's the same type of room. It's carbon copies of the same room, like a hotel room, but just for different, like, guest houses. But regardless, still nothing to fucking read. Give me a document to read. I want... You know, I'm meant to be narrating stuff. I'm not meant to be rationalizing photos. That's not my area of expertise. Right. Well, that looks nice. This is... Okay. Something like this would imply that the island's big. There's probably a lot more to go. Because buggy like this will be normally driven by staff. So they can ride around the island and react to stuff, or as need be. So yeah, hopefully we get more than just like these shitty little guest houses, and I can actually read something. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that was like a utility shed. Maybe I'm not completely wrong, or I am completely wrong. Who knows? Okay, small kitchen, possibly a staff area actually. I mean, the water cooler the water cooler would imply as a staff area, as would the personal lockers. Nothing to read either way. Like, even if, like, it's a member of staff just writing the word boobs on the wall or something, that would be something I can read. But no, these are just plain photos. There's nothing to actually read here. Well, regardless, this is just the staff room. Oh, hang on. What does this say? For fuck's sake. For fuck's sake. Use a high-def camera, for fuck's sake. Nope, nothing to read, nothing to read. Nope, that's the FBI reference. Nothing there. And nothing there. Maybe we'll get a closer look on that label on the next one. Who knows? I'm getting so bored that I'm reading bloody labels. Alright. Next lot. I want to see if I can I load up 300? No, I think I tried that in a test run before, and it didn't work so well. So 1700 to, was it 1700 to 1800? Yeah, there we go. Hang on, what? What's going on here? Not sure what's going on there. I think I might have clicked my my browsing folder instead of just within the app. So 1700 to 1800, I think. Well, if I'm tripping, I'll soon find out because I'll be able to see the repeats. Well, 20 minutes past 2. We're making quicker progress than we did last time. So that's something at least. I think it was about 4.5 hours to do 1,000 photos. So yeah, we're at 800 at the moment. 2 hours, 21 minutes in. Okay, well, that's a huge ass bathtub. This is a bit more promising. Well, promising. We're going to see more, but close-up label. Can't really see what's on the label, but it looks like air freshener. Dirty fucker. There's tissue paper there. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Great Cistern. 45-inch. 14061 gal. 39-inch. RB10 in LA. Something to read, even if it's fucking graffiti. I can't read that. That's blurry as fuck. I don't even think these say anything here anyway, in these first couple of bits of tape. JU something? I don't know. I can't work that out. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. We're going to get this a lot until we actually get to documents and court files and stuff. That I can do a bit better, but yeah, got to be thorough. Got to make sure I miss out nothing. Nothing to read. Fill Great Cistern. That's what that says. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Gotta have some whiskey. Incidentally, I do have a New Year's resolution, which will be to stream a little bit more on this channel, especially to show my face a little bit more, because I don't do that often. But it's important to remind people that I am a human behind the mic, rather than just like some kid using a TTS device. So yeah, I'll be trying to do some like let's play of games and stuff. Like it won't interfere with the normal day-to-day stuff, because people, a lot of people just listen to it for the stories. They don't care necessarily about, this kind of stuff or my IRL kind of stuff. But that's fine. That's absolutely fine. People enjoy the channel however they will. Nothing to see here. But yeah, it's important to show my face a little bit more and to sort of like expand and sort of adapt a little bit more to changing times, because yeah, obviously with AI and TTS reading stuff out, it may be the case that I'll need to change up the format of the content if YouTube say. Fortunately, that hasn't happened yet, but I want to be able to dip my toes in other things just in case that happens. So, some kind of staff room. Irons, ironing boards. So it would imply that the island's a decently big place with a lot of places to stay. So hopefully we'll actually get to the readable stuff. Nothing there. Nothing there to read. Something lights. Well, that's 200 of something. Some kind of washing room. Oh yeah, cleaning equipment. But nothing to read, unless, I'm desperate enough to read the labels, which I'm not. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Can't even read the the cleaning products. Oh no, OxyClean. I can read that. That's large enough for me to see. Whereas the rest, if I zoom in, I don't see shit. Oh, SOS maybe. There we go. Yeah, useless. Give me documents. That's what I want to see. Nothing. Laundry stuff. There we go. Nothing. That's just a manufacturer's label. Nothing to read here. Nothing to read here. Yeah, I can see that again. OxyClean. These are all just like cleaning brands. There's nothing important here. Boner. Boner. So yeah, some kind of paving stuff. I don't think that's soil. Oh, hang on. Okay. All right. Something to read. Let's go. So the phone number in each case is redacted for obvious reasons. I guess it would imply that these people are still either under investigation or they're not involved in the case. Either way, personal details do need to be redacted. I know people mention, like, there's heavy redaction in this. You know, I'll be the devil's advocate and say there's a good reason for this one. Because, you know, the FBI don't want members of the public calling. But regardless, we will talk about the employees and the department. We'll obviously skip the phone number because we can't see them anyway. So we'll go about the employee and what department they work in. So, Achiel Etienne, wreck shop. Boniface Laudat, carpenter. Charles Dick, plumber. Not to do with Charles Dickens, obviously. Cristobal Herrera, irrigation. Cuthbert, teacher. Paul's JE Bikes and RO. Del Mark, wreck shop. Denny Etienne, MC electrician and plumber. Denny Boudrum, stonemason. David Alves, bargemate and extra help. Doopson Donisiant, landscape manager. Fabian John, landscaper. Finito Joseph, heavy machinery operator. Gail Latham, landscaper. Garth Eugene, houseman and extra help. Jerry A. teacher. Paul's JE Bikes and Trash. Gus named Dulce, landscaper and stonemason. Hillian Bedminster, painter. We saw the name before. James Caesar, carpentry. Justina Dela Cruz, housekeeping. I believe we saw Dela Cruz from the New York address, but I can't remember off the top of my head. It could be a different Dela Cruz. Kershawn Williams, electrician assistant. Kevin Alexander, houseman and extra help. Lida Hernandez, housekeeper. Luckner Legner, landscaper. Maurice Bedminster, carpenter. Myosotis C. Marty, housekeeper. Nicholas Victorin, landscaper. Arnold Pierre-Saint, landscaper and stonemason. Oriel Joseph, with a note saying TY, painter. Patrick Sena, boat captain. Philemon Alcine, stonemason helper. Peter Ellie, construction. Peter Santoma, landscaper and HM operator. Randy T. Amparo Del Rio, boat captain. Ronald Joseph, landscaper. Sheridan E. Elise, workshop manager. A redacted name, housekeeper. Ooh, voice crack. But based on the length of the names around it, it's decently long. But we don't know. Obviously, it could be anything. Definitely a larger number of characters than, say, Peter Ellie or James Caesar. Larger numbers, just shy of Sheridan E. Latrice, and the next person, Sylvester Galliard. So it's interesting that this one in particular has been redacted. Obviously, this is a member of staff, so there's little interest, brutally honest, in protecting not nobody, but a member of staff who's not a member of the powerful. It could be that this was a witness or something, or a key witness, or someone who's testified. It could be any of those things, or it could be, you know, someone under active investigation. Regardless, all of this is in alphabetical order. So the name begins with S, and that's a housekeeper. So it could be that they've had knowledge or something, or they've tipped off the FBI. We don't know. Could be anything. So yeah. So don't try too hard to work out who this person is, because it's just a member of staff. Sylvester Gallard, head carpenter. Pierre Jules, heavy machinery operator. Brian Bates, carpenter. And management and office with a redacted number. Okay. Let's go, boys. Something to read. About time. Next. Okay, that's the staff area. Nothing to read, nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read, although this bit looks like it's been built. Because it gives that impression it's bare bones, there's nothing here. Nothing to read. That's a nice view. As is that nice view. Plenty of palm trees. But nothing to read. Nothing to read. Very lovely pictures, though. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. E. There you go. Something to read. E possibly standing for Epstein. Ugh, yeah. I would have just put Epstein then. Just don't put the E. Well, nothing to read here. It's possible that this is the main house and these are all guest houses. Nothing to read. 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 What's this? Strange blanket. I want to think it's like some packaging for something. Because, I mean, why else would you have that as a blanket? Unless it's like a brand name or something. Nothing to read, nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Blue dry. That's something to read. But this is a larger room. Well, larger bed. Not a great, massive room, though. Nothing to read, nothing to read. Nothing to read. A lot of nothings to read here. So, sorry, this might be another boring stream. Nothing to read, nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nope. Okay, so this is weird, like an anatomy of a skull kind of thing. Yeah, nothing to read either way. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Fuck's sake. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Okay, t-shirts and dressing gowns. This is a main room. Maybe we'll have some incriminating things to read, but it doesn't look like it. Because unlike the New York place, this does not look well lived in. Obviously, it's existed for a little while. Epstein's had it for a little while. But the New York did look like his main address. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Ooh. Yep, of course. I mean, you'd yawn as well if you're doing what I'm doing. Nothing to read. L is the FBI reference. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. I might need to go down soon and deal with the cats because I can tell they're using their litter trays. Oh, towel warmer. There we go. Towel warmer. Bottles or something. I don't know. This could be for like refreshments or something. Sometimes you have like at the end of the meal you get given a hot towel to wipe yourself with. So that could be it. Microcrystal demarcation or demarcation? I don't know. Microcrystal something. It's very weird. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. I don't know. It looks like an oxygen kit or something. Or some kind of medical equipment. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. It's a fucking door. Why would you take a photo of that? Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Fucking... Give me something to read. I want documents. Nothing to read, nothing to read, nothing to read. 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 Same room, alternative angles, and there's the bathroom. Okay, right. 800 photos down, and there's been barely anything to read. And that stuff has, quite honestly, not been that great. So, I'm going to load up some more. I'm going to go down and see to my little kitties, and I'll be straight back up. I hopefully won't be too long. And hopefully there's no hitman waiting outside to, or downstairs to silence me. They could have at least waited until I got to the good stuff. Anyway, I'll be right back. I won't be long. Hello, little kitties. Are you taking a poo? Are you taking a poo? Hello, Dex. Alright. Cats have been attended to. Now what have we got next? We've got something to read. Flex tone. Boring as fuck, but okay. Oh, hang on. That's the last one. I'm going to go back to the start of 1,800 to 1,900. And as usual, nothing to read. And nothing to read, and nothing to read. Fucking Christ, nothing to read. We'll blast through these as quickly as we can. Nothing to read, nothing to read. Ooh, okay. Hugh sauna. Yeah, it's a steam room rather than the sauna. This was mentioned in the Epstein court files, I think. Yeah. Nothing to read, nothing to read, nothing to read. Nothing to read. Yeah, I'll try and blast through these quickly if there's nothing to read, and we'll get to the documents as soon as we can. I ideally want to get dataset 1 done. But yeah, a lot of it is apparently redacted, but I will work out as much stuff as I can. But yeah, sorry, I do know that this is going to be a very, very boring stream. This is for the case of being thorough. So, you know, as I say, there's obviously no highlights on this stream so far. So I just won't make videos of that. And when we get to juicy stuff, I will make sure people know. Certainly, I think in the last stream, the 2 letters were very much worth going through all of those photos for. So I'm hoping that we find something decent in this one as well. No, I thought I said massage is dressage, is something else. So yeah, the whole massage thing, that was what Epstein obviously went into. So for him to have steam rooms, this kind of thing, it sort of leans into that. Nothing to see, nothing to see, nothing to read, 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 nothing to read. Someone's going to make a meme of this. Nothing to read, god damn it. Give me something to read. Nothing to read, nothing to read, nothing to read. Yeah, nothing to read. Interesting photo. Nothing to read, nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. You can hear the. You might be able to hear the kittens squeaking in the back. They can't meow, but they like to squeak. So I know I've said that before, but just in case you're just coming in, watching. Nothing there. Nope, that's a photo. That's not a book. Okay, this looks a little bit more lived in. Maybe there's images to see. No. Well, sorry, documents to see, I should say. Plenty of photos. Okay. Fucking Christ. Epstein, and that's a kid. Yeah, we've seen a lot of this. It's Epstein and a kid. It's just fucking sick. Can't work out what these titles are. Can focus on some of these, but yeah. This is blatant, though. It's... How did this guy get away with it for so long? I don't understand. Okay. Plants. Okay, I think this is just troubleshooting for things to add to the house, like plants, or maybe deception, I don't know. But I know music box, this is what this says. Teeth, maybe? Time, day, yeah. So, okay, there's a few things on the blackboard there. Maybe we'll get a close-up. Okay. Not quite. Music box, that still says time and day. I don't know, but we've got more information here. Ideally, I want a close-up of this board. Okay, who we got here? Who do we have here? Well, that's something for people to work out. That's not my area of expertise. Nope, nothing to read there. Again, I would rather have a close-up of that board. It's not great, that photo. Muscles, that's what this says. Bounty, or I want to say it says bounty rather than booty. Distribution. Just random scribbles. Well, not random scribbles. It's like just words. Like, we don't have the context for that, so it could just be, you know, he was talking to someone else and saying, "Oh yeah, we can do this, that, and the other." Similar to how you make like a few points in a PowerPoint presentation, but when you actually present, you would add a lot of content, more context to it. That's the kind of thing I'm thinking of here. Okay, anything to read? Doesn't look like it. No notes or anything like that. I mean, it doesn't look like this place is well lived in, so I can imagine we'll just we'll glance across it and not find too many like documents or anything to actually read from this. But all the same, we've got to be thorough. But yeah, the sheer amount of photos and the disturbing content. Yeah, that's a dude putting on women's clothing, I think. So God knows who that is. Although we've seen a certain portrait before. That one, that's someone on a boat. But we don't know. Obviously, the focus seems to be more on the photos, which are fucking everywhere. Oh, fucking Christ. Yeah, that's on a plane. Yeah. That's on a plane as well. So, yeah. If we can get some details for the private jet, I think that would be good. Fucking Christ. Fucking Christ. Yeah. Okay, let's move on. Let's go through this. Nothing to read, but too much to see. Nothing to read, nothing to read. Nothing to read here either. Well, that's a fucking door. Give me a document. I want a document to read. Or a letter. Or what the fuck? Well, I don't know what any of this is. It's weird as hell. This looks like... this is a dentist chair. This is something I've seen a dentist use. Or it could be a massage room. Because I know... Yeah, the massage one is... yeah, it's a big thing. Yeah. Sorry, it's yeah, seeing those photos, it threw me off a little bit. Yeah. This looks like a massage chair, like the whole massage thing. That was a euphemism for a lot of the stuff that Epstein got up to. But yeah, these masks are just straight up creepy. Anyway, nothing to see here. Well, plenty to see here, sorry. Nothing to read, that's what I mean. Nothing to read, nothing to read. Cute turtle. Nothing to read. Yeah, sorry, any kind of documents and stuff, I need to read that. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the incriminating stuff, but gotta blaze through these photos first, because I intend to read the entire thing. Anything that I can through all of these data drops, I'm gonna read it. So as I say, we do occasionally get some juicy readable bits that I can do, but it involves going through a lot of images, often repeatedly. The chair's some messed up stuff. It looks more like, bear in mind, I've never had a massage in my life, but it looks more like a dentist chair. But I do know that massages, they're a big thing with Epstein. I'm sorry, reading the chat, from what I'm reading the chat here, from... yeah, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that name. Sorry, but no. In the previous lot, which we covered last stream, there was a massage table at the New York address, and it sort of it looked weird. It had like strings and bits of rope underneath the table, so it looked like something like a chiropractor might have. Which I'm sure there's plenty of videos of that on YouTube. It looked more like that, and that was definitely a massage table. Whereas this, I mean, this could be a massage, but for example, this tool here. I mean, that looks like the kind of... Like, dentists have a thing they can pull over, and they can shine a light from it down there, and they can do scans. So it does look a lot more like a dentist place, but also, like, the stuff is everywhere in here, so it doesn't look like it's set up properly. But it is a dentist chair. But what the fuck is up with these faces? Like, Jesus Christ. Well, nothing to read there anyway. I mean, it could very well be used for massage purposes. It could just be he bought a dentist chair, said, "Hey, give me a massage in this." I was hoping that this was the 500k karaoke stream. Oh, I regret promising to do that. Yeah. Well, bear in mind I haven't hit 500,000 subscribers yet. You know, I was very lucky to grow as much as I did, especially during the reign of AI in HFY, which thankfully has died down. I mean, YouTube are demonetizing a lot of the channels, and I think one of the big ones very recently got demonetized, which made me very, very happy this Christmas. But yeah, it looks like YouTube is clamping down on it. You know, their algorithm is aware of AI slop being generated, so it looks like things will eventually go back to normal. And I hope I'm able to grow even further. I won't lie, I do have ambitions for the channel to grow. And yeah, 500k is karaoke. I was very drunk when I made that promise. I incredibly regret that promise. But yeah, but maybe I'll hit it at some point. But regardless, I haven't been growing in subscribers that much recently, which, you know, is fine, because I haven't lost any viewers and stuff, but it's likely because the sheer amount of AI being generated in HFY, it makes it very, very hard for my channel to be discovered by new people. So that's just why. But, you know, I'll get, you know, there's no rush. I'll get there eventually. Like, I'll just keep doing what I do, and I'll keep trying my best. And that's all, I'm sure all people can ask, really. But I should do this in different voice. Okay. Yarr, there's nothing here. Well, actually, no. This is a serious matter. I shouldn't be putting out funny voices for this. For other things, absolutely. M9 Ultra Cave, automatic. something. Not sure what that says. That's too blurry. Don't know what's up with the creepy-ass photo. The masks, though. It's creepy-ass faces. It's really weird. Okay. A telephone in the toilet. I mean, most people do that with their mobile these days, but okay, you do you. Although I guess you probably wouldn't get any signal on an island like this. Well, I don't know. The mainland is like just over there, I think. Okay, nothing here, nothing here. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. You're taking a photo of a fucking door. Okay, what have we got in here? Cooking materials. These are UK branded jams, because I know them quite well. I don't know if you have that in the US. Maybe you do. But I know you get those in the UK. So these are like olive oils and stuff like that. So these are all cooking stuff. Those just water bottles. Yeah, these are all water bottles. Alright, nothing to read. Yeah, these are all cooking stuff. There's nothing to read here. Salt. That's what this says. Plus, that's what that word says, but nothing spicy that I need to actually... Nothing involving the actual fucking case. It's just labels of stuff that I've read so far. Although members of staff, yep, that was relevant earlier, but Jesus, there's nothing much. Oh yeah, this is the it wasn't the list of staff. This was the list of renovations, but we're circling back to this specific room. So there's nothing here, or here, or here. Now I want to say that said properties, but proprieties maybe that says. This one looks like it's not like an extension plug or something like that. It's like a travel plug. So you plug it in to whatever, and then it converts your devices to whatever. All right, you two. I don't know if you saw that on the webcam, but they were just zooming past. These two are wild. Anyway, kitchen, or a theatre. There's a telephone in the toilet, and you say this isn't funny. Well, yeah, there's humorous bits you can get to, but it's overall a very, but then you go to certain pictures, and then it just harrows you a little bit more. Oh, hello, Clara. Yeah, you saw her in the thing there, right here. But yeah, we see them walking outside. They like to do that, but I can't pick them up. I'd love to pick them up and be able to show you to the camera, but they don't like being picked up right now. They're only oh god, how old are they? Maybe 3 months old at this point, I want to say. Yeah, they're about 3 months old. Still very young. They're not up for being picked up. They still like being petted, and they like to come to me, so that's good. But they're not props. They can wander around as they like. That's absolutely fine. And I could just hear one of them dashing around upstairs. It's probably Clara. Dexter is the very sneaky one. He's the black cat, but Clara is the tabby. Anyway, let's move on. Stuff to read. Is it blurry as fuck? Yes, but these also look like okay. It's the warrant, I think. But fucking hell, why can't I read them? All right, this is quite blurry. Let's see if there's a close-up thing. I want to be able to see them. That's better. There we go. All right. Let's start with this envelope. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting on with something. The United States Virgin Islands Department of Justice, Office of the Attorney General. I think this is addressed, but I can't really catch it. So I think this is addressed, but it says U.S. Virgin Islands something. Jeffrey Epstein, 6100 Red Hook, Suite B Free, St. Thomas VI 00802 1348. Okay, getting somewhere. Okay, and this is a letter. United States Virgin Islands, Department of Justice, Office of the Attorney General, March 14th, 2019. Jeffrey Epstein, 6100 Red Hook, Suite B Free. St. Thomas, VI 00802 1348. Dear Mr. Epstein, The United States Virgin Islands Department of Justice, US VIDOJ, understands that your business activities requires you to make frequent trips outside of the territory to the United States destinations and international destinations. While provisions were granted in the past, upon our careful review and consideration, these are the conditions to which you must now comply. 1. Notification of any travel outside of the US Virgin Islands must be provided in person at US VIDOJ when you are in the territory. 2. Notification by email can only serve as notification if you are already outside the jurisdiction and planning on traveling to another destination, or to notify of a change in the length of your travels while you are outside the territory. 3. You are required to appear in person at US VIDOJ at least 21 calendar days prior to any intended travel outside of the United States. And 4. If a reduction in the 21-day notification is requested, you must submit information in support of the request for approval at the discretion of US VIDOJ. When you appear... Sorry, I'll redo that. I'll move a little bit closer too. When you appear in person to inform of your intent to travel, you must provide the following information: destination, dates of travel, places of arrival and departure, itinerary details, address or, in lieu, telephone contact information, purpose of travel, any other required information. These requirements are pursuant to Chapter 86, Section 1724B of the Virgin Islands Code and HR 515, International Megan's Law. And page 2. Mr. Epstein, please understand that the previous provisions for your travel notifications are no longer accepted by US VIDOJ, and you must comply immediately with the conditions noted above. We thank you for your cooperation and trust that you will adhere to these conditions. Sincerely, Carol Thomas Jacobs, Esquire, Acting Attorney General. Hey, something to fucking read. Let's go, boys. But there's more, I think. There we go. Hello. Okay. This one's a bit more tricky to read, but we'll do so. Did have my voice doing that though. It is 1 minute past midnight in the UK. It is now the 24th of December. You know what map means. Ho, 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 it's Christmas Eve. There we go. Virgin Islands Department of Justice, Office of the Attorney General, Virgin Islands Sexual Offender Registry. Sexual Offender Registration Form. For use by law enforcement... something. Please print, complete all sections. Now this is very blurry as you zoom in. Not very useful. So can't read. Epstein Jeffrey Edward. This is all blurry as fuck. Let me see if I can read. Okay. DOB 01 20 1965. Does that say 20? I'm not sure. Race, Cork, sex, M. Height 6'11"? No way, he's not 6'11". Maybe 5'11". POB, New York. Home grade, driver's license. Fuck, what does that say? It's blurry as hell. Oh god, I can't read that. Okay, eyes blue. Tattoos, none. Fuck. Okay, this is probably the resolution messing this up. Let me see if there's any way I can sort of... Okay. I'll be reading from this screen here, so you'll forgive me if I'm turning away from the from the main camera. So, Section E, residence. Little St. James Hook. 5100 Red Hook, Suite B something. STTVI 00800. Oh, fuck, this is 802. 802. Closest living relative, name Mark Epstein, relationship brother, address New York, and the contact information is blanked out. Section D, employment, employer, Southern Trust, telephone number redacted, address 5100 Red Hook, Suite that, occupation owner, so that's his company. All these sections are vehicle information, nothing there. Occupational license information, nothing there. Education information, nothing there. This might be information not known. A vehicle, for example, I mean, it's an island. He doesn't have a car on his island. Section K. Oh, that doesn't have vehicle, trailer, etc. Yeah, and it just says vehicles on file for him. But yeah, this is you're probably easier for you to see during the stream, but for me, it's very, very pixelated. So form not complete. Turn page over to continue. Okay. Oh, this is fucking irritating. Oh, this is... Yeah, it shouldn't be this pixelated for me. Yeah, it's pixelated on where I'm zooming on the PDF, but for some reason it unscrambles it and makes it much clearer in the preview of the stream. There's going to be a karaoke stream. Yeah, if I ever hit 500,000 subscribers on YouTube, that's it. I mean, I've hit like 4,500 and something. Yeah. Wait. Hang on. Yeah, 45,000 or 450,000. Yeah, something like that. I'm so sorry. Okay. Are you registered as a sex offender in another state? No. Yep, he is. If yes, which one? New York. And of what level? This is blurry right here. Very annoying. Yeah, this is basically what I've got to deal with. Oh, it's ringing. Hang on. Section now. Offence information. Date of conviction 06 10/2008. Offence committed. Procuring a minor for prostitution. Yeah. Victim. I think that includes age. A female. 16? I don't know. Place of conviction, Florida. Court number not available. There's a lot of not available information here. And victim was a minor. Yeah, they confirmed that. This is annoying. It shouldn't have... Yeah. You see, this is much more blurry than this, for example. Okay. I mean, I'm half tempted to just bring up like a blank PDF template of this and just read that. Okay, section M. Please read carefully before signing. As a sexual offender, title 14 WIC, ST21, 179F. You are required... God, what the fuck does that say? Okay. Within these 2 business days of moving to or returning to the Virgin Islands, you must register in the Virgin Islands. Fuck, that's blurry as fuck. This is really difficult. Yeah, so sorry about this. Just trying to find a way I can read it. In fact, I'm actually going to try and see if I can get a template. I'm going to bring that up just real quick. Fuck is yeah, the form template is not publicly available for direct download as a generic PDF, as this form is specific and issued by the US Virgin Islands Department of Justice. Fucking Christ. Alright, let's see if I can go on the actual website and see if I can get a better thing than that. No, it's still blurry as hell. Oh! That's absolutely irritating. Yeah, so I'm trying to find a better image of the one I've got. I don't think it's the tech on my end. I'm pretty sure it's just the quality of the photo, because I can read the next one absolutely fine. So yeah, this is a lot of small print in section M. So sorry, I am trying to read it. It is too blurry to make out, but it does have the Jeffrey Epstein signing here, and the witness, as I don't know who, but I certify that I specifically informed the offender of their duties as set forth. Yeah, it's so fucking blurry. All right, let's go on to this one. This one is hard to read. It's got a bunch of small print that you might be able to see on the stream if you really zoom in, but for me it's blurry as hell and it's illegible. But if we go on to this one, for example, there you go, you can actually read this. So I'm gonna move to this. This is really annoying. If there's a template I can access online, I could go back to it, but I've just Googled it, and I'm not allowed to publicly access a template, which is really annoying. Anyway. Virgin Islands Department of Justice, Office of the Attorney General, Virgin Islands Sexual Offender Registry, notification of duty to report travel. Name of recipient, Jeffrey Epstein. On this 15th day of March 2019, I have been advised and I understand. Travel to US jurisdictions. 1. The pursuant to Chapter S6, Section 1724B, I, in the event of a change in temporary lodging, I am required to inform the Virgin Islands Department of Justice in person of any changes to my temporary lodging information and shall notify the jurisdiction in which I will be temporarily staying. 2. That temporary lodging refers to a place where I abide, lodge, or reside, including but not limited to vacation, business, or personal travel destinations outside of the US Virgin Islands. And he signed it in both cases. International travel. 1. That pursuant to Chapter 86, Section 1724B4, I am required to appear in person at the Virgin Islands Department of Justice at least 21 calendar days prior to any intended travel outside of the United States and provide pertinent travel information with initials. 2. If a reduction in the 21-day notice requirement is requested, I must submit information in support of the request for approval at the discretion of the Department of Justice. Required information for travel. 1. That when I appear in person to inform the Department of Justice of my intent to travel, I must provide the following information. 1. Destination. 2. Dates of travel. 3. Places of arrival and departure. 4. Itinerary details. 5. Addresses, or, in lieu, telephone contact information. 6. Purpose of travel. 7. Any other requested information. Yeah, very, very sorry about these two. These are blurry as fuck. Really blurry. This one I can read. This one is legible. This one is not. Like you can see, like, it's a lot easier for you on the stream, and I've been trying to look at the preview of the stream in order to see what it actually says here, but it's not great at all. Like, especially if you zoom in. Like, this is why I have to zoom in order to try and read, and that's just not readable. These cameras are really bad. Anyway, let's move on to the next. We've probably got more forms. Yep. So I'm going to carry on. For purposes of continuity, I'm going to continue from this one. So, I have also been advised and understood that failure to comply with these regulations subjects me to prosecution for failure to register or update my registration pursuant to 1. Virgin Islands Code, Title 14, Section 1730, punishable by a fine not less than $3,000 nor more than $5,000, or imprisonment for not less than 3 months nor more than 2 years, on both, and 2. Federal law, 18 U.S.C. Section 2250, punishable by up to 10 years of imprisonment. On this date, I was given a copy of this notification. Signature of recipient, there we go, and the date, 3rd, 15th, 19. Alright, let's see if I am able to read this. In fact, yes, I think I can. Are you registered as a sex offender in another state? Yep. If yes, which state? New York. And what level? Not sure. Is that level 5? Level 8? Who knows? Section M. Please read carefully before signing. As a sexual offender, Title 14 V and C, 1721 to 3731, you are required by law to abide by the following. 1. Within 3 business days of moving to or returning to the Virgin Islands, you must register in the Virgin Islands and keep your registration current in each jurisdiction on which you reside and in each jurisdiction where you were employed, including self-employment, non-compensated and volunteer activities, and in each jurisdiction where you are a student. 2. In the event that there is a change in your name, employment, residence, temporary lodging information, vehicle information, or internet identifiers, you are required to appear in person at the Department of Justice not later than 3 working days after such change. 3. In the event that you move outside of the United States Virgin Islands, you must register your new address with the Department of Justice before you leave. Wait for it. And you must also register in your new state not later than 3 business days after arrival if your new state has a registration requirement. 4. In the event that you are travelling outside of the Virgin Islands, you are required to appear in person at the Department of Justice prior to your departure and provide your intended destination, your travel destination, duties of travel, places of arrival and departure, itinerary details, address, contact telephone information, and purpose of travel. 5. Depending on the type of sex offence for which you have been convicted, you are required to appear in person at the Department of Justice to verify your information and to take a current photograph when necessary. And none of these options are ticked every 3 months, every 6 months, or every year. 6. Depending on the type of sex offence for which you have been convicted, you are required to appear in person at the Department of Justice to verify your information and to take a current photograph when necessary for a period of, these are also not selected, 15 years, 25 years, for life. (17) Failure to comply with these conditions subjects you to prosecution for failure to register or update your registration pursuant to a Virgin Islands Code, Title 14, Section 1750, punishable by a fine not less than $3,000, not more than $5,000, or imprisonment for not less than 3 months for more than 2 years, or both, and B. Federal law, 18 U.S.C. Section 2250, punishable by up to 10 years of imprisonment. Be reminded that under Title I of the Adam Walsh Act, entitled the Sexual Offender Registration and Notification Act, SORNA, all individuals convicted of a sex offence are required to register and keep their registration current in each jurisdiction where he or she resides, is an employee, and a student. Failure to do so may subject you to criminal prosecution. Your next registration date, 03/05/2020. Registrant. I acknowledge that the above requirements are set forth have been explained to the signature of registrant and print name, Jeffrey Epstein. Witness. I certify that I specifically informed the offender of their duties as set forth above, and he indicated to give an understanding of these duties. Or, yeah, it says he there. Signature, register, print name. It's partly covered by the signature. I want to say Sharon Pinney, 07/15/19. Yeah, sorry about that. Some of these are very illegible. You might see it. You might be able to. It might be coming up better on the YouTube side, but in the PDF reader I'm zooming in, and it's very, very pixelated. Which is, yeah, that's not really what I want to see when I'm trying to read stuff. But anyway, we did get that little section there that we couldn't really read before, so that's good. Right, that was something to read. There's nothing to read there, though. Catalogue. Living lounge chairs. Not sure what's highlighted there. Oh boy. Well, I know what this says. Mouth soap. That's the first one. Contact by... Yeah. These are just illegible scribbles. 71 minus 74. Yeah. These could be measurements and stuff, but they just look like random doodles and scribbles to me. As does this. Let's see if there's anything legible here. Estate, LSJ, Pinto, Beers, Tent, Karim, Moroccan, I think? Future, Anya, that's the name of a person. Biz, random ass doodles, Jesus Christ. But yeah, a few legible words there. Now, as for this I suspect is a doodle of the island. Okay, 1 house, 2 cub, 3 house, 4, not sure what that says. Not sure what this says either. Oh, viewpoint. And yeah, this is like a rough doodle. So it could just be that he doodled it and explained it to a guest or something, quite possibly. But we'll see. I'm not sure. Aerial view rendering color. Okay, this is the island. I can't really determine where the beach houses are from here, but we know where the swimming pool is, which was here. So this is the main house, presumably. Okay, L122, N, S11, Biz.2, Frida, Basilia Morales, Redacted, St. Thomas, US, VI, 00805, I want to say there. Little St. James. That's very illegible. So, Little St. James Generator and RO Building Roofing Project, modification to ZZT 5304, I think that says. Little St. James Maintenance and Workshop Building Project, and the rest of this is illegible. Okay, so he's having a lot of work done on the island. So, it could be that, well, yeah. How is he, I mean, it could just be that, like, the workman helped tip off the FBI or something like that. But, I mean... The FBI presumably got a lot of tip-offs regarding this. I know it was more than one that actually got the ball rolling. But yeah, we've seen this before. Nothing to read here. Towel warmer, yep, nothing to read here. We've seen that before. Nothing to read there. Hello, what's this? Blurry as fuck again, but this is just... Ooh... Beauty machine. So this is a beauty machine. What the hell is this? This is fairly illegible. I can only really make out, yeah. Lead the nutrition deep into the skin, whiten the skin, and lighten the color spot. Weird as hell. Talking about operating principles, these aren't really viewable. Ugh. But yeah, this is just an instruction manual for a beauty machine from what I can see. Yeah. Not what we're looking for. Nothing to read here, and nothing to read here. That's a repeat anyway. Alright. Let's get the last of this image section done. We're going to try and get all of dataset 1 done, so I'm going to be in this for the long haul, I think. For a couple more hours, I think. But yeah, the letter, that's fine. It's really, really annoying how I can't zoom in on some of these images, even though you should be able to zoom in and see what's going on. Yeah, I'm really not a fan of that. It's really irritating. Alright, let's go to the start. Okay, police department, City of New York. There's a bunch of cop uniforms here already. Why that's listed as evidence, I do not know. Unless it's like, you know, fancy dress or something. Yeah, that's a young girl. I don't want to zoom in on that. And also there's a fucking knife. There's a fucking knife there. I mean, I want to say that looks like a prop based on this round bit here. It does look a little bit like a prop, but yeah, I wouldn't want to test that. But yeah, there are photos. There's a lot of photos of this dude. Like, he's caught dead to rights, obviously. And there's another. Oh dear. So the Vendome Press, it's this one here. There's a few Castle authors, but nothing really to read there. Maybe it will zoom up and give us a few books. Oh god. Oh boy. Oh god. Once upon a time, there was a clueless little girl. How do I look? Fucking Christ. That's a scrapbook. That's unsavory. To say the least. Nothing to read there. More doodles. But obviously he's got his name all over his fucking notebook. Can't really work out what that says. You were something, I want to say. That's hard to see. But out of these, this matches the kind of notes he'd done before. Sutton, Toyu, or Toya. Yeah, this is just illegible scribblings. Yeah, okay, we're right, we've got a better view here. NY, Staff, Fox Reagents, Metal, LSJ, Bank, Saul? Did he go to Saul? Oh, no. Yeah, Saul, can't really make out what that says. Travel, no notes there. Health, Iron, Carbon? Not sure what that means. Trouble is, we've got a lot of stuff here with no context whatsoever, but this, say, Quok, HK, Giley, Remon. Fucking Christ, what the hell is this shit? So I'm just going to point out, like, the things I can read and the things I can understand. So, for example, July there, vibes, to you, soy something. That's Rupert something. I don't think it says Rupert Murdoch. No, that is Rupert Murdoch, I think. Rupert Murdoch, that's the name here. Rupert M.U. I want to say that's a D. That could very well be Rupert Murdoch there. And which, to be honest, would not fucking surprise me. John Ripper, maybe? Wendy something. Rupert Murdoch, Wendy. Is Wendy his wife? Murdoch's wife? I'm not sure. Zakharov something. It's not Zuckerberg. I know that. Thiel. These are names. So, for example, Peter Thiel. I know of that name. Roy, Shen, Singh, Reed, Rupert Murdoch, possibly. Zakharov. Yeah, it's hard to work out. Sutton, Kwok, Griffin. Yeah, but these are random scribblings, but I'm making out little bits of them. But apart from that, that's all I can make out, I think. Important papers you asked me to hold on to when you were away. Unsigned. We don't know who that is. Jeffrey. These are the check registers for the small account 6273. From these, you can see what each check was for, as opposed to the statements. Signature here. Melanie, maybe? That name says? I can't quite tell. Okay, here we go. Numbers 4601 to 4650. Dates 11/16/11 to 1/24/12. So this could be from a while ago. Probably not. Okay. Fucking Christ. Okay, we've got a little bit here. All right. Are these dates? They're possibly, yeah. I think they're dates. 11/16/4601. Broadcom Land Surveyor, Field House, 1,600. I'm going to assume it's $1,600 in this case. 11/17/4602. State now for U.S. Senate. Political contribution. $1,500. 11/22/4603. Bank of America. Visa. 2,066.45. So, we don't have the start of this document yet to work out what is what. I'm assuming this is a date, this is the number of the item, this is the client, this is the reason for making a donation or paying money, and this is how much was paid. Guys, you're right. Little kitties meowing. Anyway. Bank of America Visa, 2,066.45. 11/22/4604. Electronic Environments, Bedford, 1,234.81. 11/22/4605. James Gainford, Fieldhouse, 20,372.55. 11/22/4606. Wells Fargo, Cash HO Insurance, $7,381. 11/23/4607. Fisher Marantz, Fieldhouse, 587.10. 11/30/4608. NJ Gross Income Taxes, 2,306.34. 12/1/4609. Cash LBD, 25,000. 12/5/4610. Pauling Mountain Club, Thanksgiving Shoot, 3,427.28. 12/5, or 5/12 is the weird American way of doing dates. 4611. Dom's Landscaping, Fieldhouse, 22,816.06. 12/5, 4612. MBM Enterprises, Alex Tennis, 2,505. 12/5/4613. Hatch Victory Committee, Political, 35,000. 12/7/4614. The Four Seasons, Lunches, 1,064.50. 12/7/4615. ASH Acoustics, Fieldhouse, 612.50. 12/8/4616. The Denix Group, Daniel Dinners, 1,434.15. 12/11/4617. Peter Perez, Art Conservation, 3,400. Hang on, let me scroll down a little bit, make sure I've got everything. 12 of 8, 4618, Glen Arbor Golf Club. Okay. 395.27, 12 of the 8th, 4619, McDermott, Will and Emery, legal fees, 13, 361.50, 12 of the 8th, 12 8, 4620, Madison Cox Associates, Fieldhouse, 12,151.50, 12 13, 46 21, Usha Bhatti LLC. All right, you two. Diana, 1,043.37. Can you see them in the back corner? It might be him partly by the centre hat, but they're running around back there. Anyway. Well, where the fuck was I? Oh, yeah. Usha Bhatti LLC, Diana, 1,043.37. 1214 4622, Dr. Elliot Howard, 2012 Concierge Service, 3,000. 1214 4623, Bortigam Land Surveyors, Fieldhouse, 1,250. 1216 4624, Keller Sessions, Fieldhouse, 2,890. 1219 4625, Melanie Spinella, a gift of 25,000. 1219 4626, Fisher Marantz, Fieldhouse, 9,706.87. 1220 4627, Matthew Hanlon Restore, Art, 108.88. 1221 4628, Carper for Senate, Political, 2,500. 1222 4629, Ben Krabinski, SH, 19,038.19. 1222 4630, Robert J. Hennessy Photo, Art Photos, 834.80. 1222 4631, Dom's Landscaping Fieldhouse, 33,342.84. 12 of the 22 4632, Cash LDB, 25,000. Fucking hell. 1229 4633, Electronic Environments, 760 Park, 354.12. 1219 4634, James Gainford, Fieldhouse, 1,481.50. 13 4635, PA Department of Revenue, Taxes, 1,134. 1 of the 5th, 4636, Tibetan Mastiff Rescue, Goldner, 15,000. 1st of the 5th, 4637, Cooper's Robertson, Fieldhouse, 8,873.75. 1st of the 6th, 4638, Pauling Mountain Club, Ben, 20,236.12. Part of me is really hoping there's not another one of these in the next page. So, yeah, this seems to be a lot of payments that Jeffrey Epstein is making out. Now, I used to work in finance, so let's have a look. So, some of these things, stuff like taxes, donations and stuff, that's fine, I understand. But some of these numbers are much bigger. Now, taxes, for example, taxes is relatively small. But legal fees? That's pretty expensive, 13,000. But also, cash LBD, that's a bit vague. But there's, where's the one I was trying to look for earlier? Gift. For Melanie Spinella, gift. $25,000. That's a significantly large sum. Now, some of these sums, you might want to look into them for money laundering or that kind of stuff. Either money laundering or covering for something else, apart from the basic reason there. You know, a lot of tricks can be done. You can say, oh, it's for this purchase, and then you can just pay a little bit more than you might otherwise need to. So, for example, NJ gross income taxes, 2,306. Yeah, no. But you're paying larger amounts in other places. So political donations, 35,000. That's a huge one. Wells Fargo insurance. Okay, possibly you could pay that amount. But when paying individuals, some of these could be like staff. So the concierge. Okay, you pay $3,000 for staff, that's fine. But for others? This person here? Who's that? Why are you paying £25,000 for them? They're obviously not staff, it's a gift. It could be for a Christmas gift, but $25,000 for that? I don't know, very sus. Dom's Landscaping Fieldhouse, okay. We saw that they were charging a lot for certain things. I don't think it added to $33,000 though. Cash, LBD, $25,000. You know, that's vague. What's okay? You're giving cash. Are you withdrawing cash for your own personal use, or are you just giving cash to this person? Who knows? You know, so you got to think about these kind of things. It's potentially. Of course, it could potentially be nothing as well. Let's move on to the next one. We're nearly done with the first 1,000. I want to ideally get the entire dataset one done in this stream, but it's going to take a little while. Okay, J.E. Mark up of attachment to advisory opinion. Here we go, stuff to read. Attachment to petition for advisory opinion. State of New York, Department of Taxation and Finance, Form AD 1.8. 4. The petitioner submits the following statement of facts as the basis for the requested advisory opinion. Facts as the basis for the advisory opinion. Petitioner, the settlor, created an irrevocable trust, the trust, pursuant to a trust agreement, the trust agreement, between the trustees and the settlor. The settlor is deemed to own the trust property for federal and New York state income tax purposes, as provided in sections 671 to 679 of the Internal Revenue Code. Under the terms of the trust agreement, the settlor has the right to acquire, crossed out here with some scribbles here, or reacquire trust property at any time, the substitution power. The provision of the trust agreement creating the substitution power reads as follows. With note here of property of real value. I don't think that says real value, of something value. Anyway, trust agreement creating the substitution power reads as follows. And settlers, Reacquisition of trust assets. The settlor at any time or from time to time may acquire or reacquire any portion of the trust fund of any trust by substituting therefore other property of an equivalent value, valued on the date of substitution. Notwithstanding any other provision of this trust agreement, the settlor may exercise this power without the consent of the trustees. Although this power is exercisable by the settlor in a non-fiduciary capacity without the consent of any of the trustees, the trustees, if the trustees believe that the property of the settlor seeks to substitute for trust property is not in fact property of equivalent value, shall seek a determination by a court of competent jurisdiction to assure that the equivalent value requirement of this provision is satisfied. The settlor at any time may release this power with respect to any trust. Any release under this section shall be irrevocable and shall be made by instrument in writing, signed by the settlor, and delivered to each trustee of the something. Bastard, you covered the damn thing. With respect to which the release applies. The settlor wishes to exercise the substitution power by substituting, possibly, personal property he owns, the substituted property, for something, then tangible personal property, the trust property, having something, to the substituted property, the exchange. Upon the initial something, substituted property by the settlor, the settlor paid New York something, starting with an S, sales tax, with respect to the substituted property. Following the something, trustees may allow trust beneficiaries to use the substituted property something. Applicable law and regulations. Okay. And this is a draft, 9th of the 25th, 2013. 30 maybe the year. That's very, very strange. Alright, let's see if we get any more. Yes, we do. Of course we... Oh, fucking hell. Okay, we got some redacted stuff. Victoria B. Iger. Epstein. Dexter, what are you doing? Would you like me to pick you up and show you to the webcam? No, I don't think you will. Well, if you're going to sit there, you can rest, and then when we go to bed, you can come sit in the bed with me. How about that? So yeah, we've got some redactions here. So, law officers of Gerald B. Lefcroft, Court PC, Privileged and Confidential Attorney Work Project. Now, I don't think we saw this guy in the last court documents. This could be the jurisdiction of the US Virgin Islands. Privileged and Confidential Attorney Work Project Memorandum from date August 23rd, 2007. Okay, so it's older. From FAF to GBL/Sir/File subject Palm Beach. And we got a bunch of redacted information here. Now, I know people said like 90% of it was redacted. I haven't had that so far. It's mainly been images, but the images, to be honest, are pretty worthless. But we're starting to get some information here that I can read, so that's actually what we're looking for. Okay, yeah, photos. Ugh. But files underneath, so we might get something to read. Yeah, I want to zoom out. I don't want to pay too much. I don't want to put any focus on the victims here, because a lot of these people are victims. So I want to just zoom out of that as quick as I can. I'm just here to read. Yeah, that's a victim. Sorry, I thought that was Maxwell there. So LSJ. Okay, LSJ. This is something we've seen before. This could refer to a property. I think it's a property. Zorro definitely refers to a property. LSJ. I tried googling. Couldn't really find anything for that. So LSJ again. Jesus, cat. What are you doing? Are you tearing up my carpet? Oh, I know what you're doing. Yes, Dexter is going for my laundry basket. That cheeky kitty. You're a menace. You're very sneaky, you are, Dexter. That's why I named you Dexter. Okay, we're dealing with some photos. Photo. But these are older photos, much older photos. JE Personal. Okay. That's a lot of photos. Okay. Jan 1957. That's actually older than Epstein, I think. Well, possibly. He was grown up around that time. Yeah, some redacted stuff in there as well. Okay, alright. Okay, there's something to read. And in calligraphy as well. And is actually illegible. I can actually read the damn thing. Jesus. Okay. Dear Jeffrey, I hope you had a wonderful holiday season. I received the necklace you sent me. It was beautiful. Thank you very much. Christmas went well with my family. My sister and I spent it in Arizona with our dad. I performed on New Year's with the circus in LA. Everything has been going well, and I realized that the past year would not have been as great if it was for me, had it not been for your help. As great as it was for me, had it not been for your help. The adventures to the Virgin Islands, West Palm Beach, Las Vegas, and New Mexico have all made this a year to remember. My sister had a wonderful time on the Las Vegas and New Mexico trip. I'm assuming Las Vegas here. And also when you flew her out to New York to visit me for the weekend. Allowing me to stay in your apartment in Manhattan made my life so much easier and less stressful. It was very nice to have my own space where I could be quiet and draw without talking to anyone, nor worrying about intruding on family or other friends. It was also very kind of you to help my friend, Alexandra. Seeing my mother in LA was wonderful. I have not gotten to spend a considerable amount of time with her since I moved out. However, the most wonderful thing you have done is push me to be my best and really think about my life. Thank you for everything you have done for me. Signed, Redacted. Now, I happen to believe that this is a victim. Because I think something similar was mentioned during the original court documents, which I did last year. So I think this is a victim. I don't think this is an associate. This is a victim. As I say, allowing me to spend time with you at your apartment, that kind of thing. Yeah, it does speak of a victim, I think. Unfortunately. Now, I'm going to check this. It might be the same one. If it's the same one, we'll move right past it. Yeah, it's the same one. It's like a side view of the same one. Like, FBI agent, you can just turn the image around. It's the same one again. So I've already read this. This is a repeat of the exact same one. Guys, you alright? They squeak a lot. They don't really meow. And that's the same one again. Yeah. Definitely the same one. Just got to check. But really, oh god, it's the same fucking one. Yeah, it's the same image. It's the same one. Okay. Okay, this one I can turn around. This is something new. Okay. Zinda Broadcast, LACA 90065. Jeffrey Epstein, 457 Madison Avenue, 4F1, New York, New York, 10022. Yeah, and there we go. That's that letter. I'm pretty sure this is the same one. Yeah, because I think this is one from a victim. I think this is what the FBI thinks as well. I think the reason why they're taking so many photos of this is because it is key evidence of the, of the involvement. Yeah, that's Epstein, Maxwell, and someone else. A victim, I think. Obviously, we know Maxwell was heavily involved in that. Okay. A redacted photo. 1/8/2002. Dear Jeffrey, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to participate at a safari. It was a truly wonderful experience, something I have dreamt of since I was a child. I appreciate so much your kindness and thoughtfulness. To ask me what would make me happy, and then give that to me, is the nicest thing anyone ever done to me. I hope I soon will have the opportunity to, in person, describe all the inviting. It's the writing of someone younger, I think. Especially if they're reading in cursive. They, kids in school read, they write with pen and everything, whereas these days, obviously, you use keyboards and stuff. But I suspect, since I was a child, this might be someone in their teens. But, yeah, it's not great. Leaves a sour taste, really. Oh, no, hang on. I'll carry on. Jesus. Okay, let's do it. Moments I had in Africa, thanks to you. Until we meet next time, and I can tell you all stories, I hope you can see the joy in my eyes when you look at the photos. Once again, thank you so much. Your kindness and caring is the world to me. With redacted information. Let's get away from that photo. Dexter, what are you doing? My first night in Africa. This photo is taken by Self-Timer, the first night when I arrived in Tanzania, the East Coast, before travelling to the wildlife area, Solace, where the safari was. Dex, what are you doing? Sorry, he's making noise outside. He's attacking my laundry basket. The boats were very small, and it felt a bit dangerous with the crocodiles and the hippos in the water. But as you can see in my eyes, I felt very excited and happy. I went on walking safaris a few times, which I found interesting. I walked for hours and had a guard with weapons with me. It was a very special feeling, and I felt close to the nature. This is me at a game drive. Look at my eyes. I find this photo funny because I look like a child at Christmas who is going to open a present. I felt so happy. Walking safari easily in the morning. Dexter, what are you doing? Oh, is Clara there as well? Yep, you're both playing with my laundry basket. Well, I hope that doesn't pick up on the mic too much. Okay. Well, I'm probably gonna have to make a clip of this bit But fucking hell. Yeah, these are, considering the subject matter, it's not great. These are victims. In the evening, a guard followed me from my tent to a fireplace where everyone that stayed at the camp had dinner. As you can see, it was quite, delish? Yeah. No, it was quite dark in the bush in the evenings. Do you notice how satisfied I look at this photo? I felt brave. Smiley face. You know, I used to think that not much would faze me. I will admit, this does not look good. The tents were big and comfortable. Okay, I'm going to have to shut that door. It's alright, guys. You can play with that, that's all good. Let me just shut that because you keep making a lot of noise. I'll open it again in a little bit when they've calmed down. The tents were big and comfortable. The noises at night were fascinating. So many noises I never heard before. Some nights I could nearly not sleep because I found it so interesting trying to figure out what kind of animals the noises came from. Or come from. At this picture, I have a glass of wine before dinner together with the other people staying at the camp. The mornings were wonderful. I took this picture by self-timer, and I like it very much, because you can see how much I'm enjoying myself. They served tea and coffee with scones, and I took my blanket with me from the bed. Had breakfast in the middle of the bush, and felt very happy. I'm not going to focus on the photos. I'm just here to read stuff. I'm not going to focus on the photos, because that's a victim. Even if it's redacted, it doesn't feel right to really feature that. If you know what I mean. It's hard to put into words what I'm thinking doing this. Okay, we're done with that. Fucking Christ. Yeah, more photos. Ogidium, that looks like toothpaste. Right. Oh yeah. Ogidium, yeah, something like that. Nothing to read. J.E. personal. What does that say? What does that say? Well, I think that definite victim scrapbook. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna make a clip of that. But yeah, I mean, obviously, the FBI's done a lot of redactions, protect the victim's identity, and I want to make sure I do that as well. JE background materials, case number. Okay, this is an FBI folder. But apart from that, something at the end, LLP. I can't quite tell what this says otherwise. Okay. Depot materials. Something depot materials. The name of the department is redacted. But we do have the attorney. General B, left court, PG. That's heavily redacted there. These are also redacted. November 1st, 2007. Via Federal Express. Roy Black Esquire, Black, Sabroik. Corporation Tshirt, PA. 201 South Biscayne Boulevard. Suite 3100. Miami, Florida. Yep, that's Miami, Florida. Sorry. 33133. Jack Goldberg, Esquire. Wow, this isn't fully done. Attenborough, possibly. Richardson and Weiss, PA. I mean, people can search that company. I think they're mainly trying to censor out the part of the address here. West Palm Beach, Florida, 13401. And that would match the redaction from the court documents, because presumably, they don't want the law firm to be harassed. So these are legal people. Jeffrey Epstein, dear Messrs. Black and Goldberger. fucking Christ. Per Jeffrey's request. There's a request. Prepared to anticipation of the deposition of. If you have any comments, suggestions, or something. Okay. So from that, we can sort of work out request for something. So this redaction goes into the specifics of the charge these legal firms are discussing. So obviously, when Jeffrey Epstein got, as he did, there were multiple charges involved. So I think this could detail one of the charges, and for some reason, the redaction, for some reason the redaction is there to hide which charge they're focusing on. Possibly. I don't know why they make a redaction on that, unless it involves somebody else. Very truly yours, Faith A. Freeman, maybe? It is blurry there. CC Jeffrey Epstein by hand. Michael something Esquire by email. Yeah. Alright. Well, there's Epstein and Maxwell. Right. Oh, this is... Okay. Let's see what I can do. Dear Ghislaine, I enjoyed writing Jeffrey a birthday... something. And reminiscing about the past. However, if it is not what you had in mind... Hang on. Let me pause there for a second. So, I enjoyed inviting Jeffrey and reminiscing about the past. Okay. This is a letter to Ghislaine. Could it be that Ghislaine got the victims to write to Epstein about their experiences, rather than them doing it of their own volition? Considering they're victims in the matter, that's possibly the case. But this isn't definitive proof of that. But if they would write to Ghislaine about writing to Epstein, it's entirely possible that Ghislaine just put them up to it. But obviously, we don't know. However, it's not what you had in mind. Please feel free to edit it and tell them or him to write something else. This is difficult to write. This is difficult to read. It's hard, tricky handwriting. I hope you can use the photos, the ones of the parachute group and woman, which are fucking hell. Which are items from his childhood. Childhood something hood. I thought you might find a place for them somewhere in the something. BROK? I don't know. In the book. Okay. So I'm potentially talking about a scrapbook here. I'm looking forward to seeing the finished work. It should be very interesting considering the many different considering the primary... It should be interesting considering the many different... something Jeffrey has encountered throughout his life. Please keep in touch and let me know what I can do to help. Best wish, best something. It starts with an M, I think, with a redacted name. Yeah, that is That's very bad handwriting, but we managed to work out. It's like a well wishes to Maxwell. Talking about like contributing stuff to Epstein's scrapbook. I'm thinking, well, okay, why is Maxwell involved? But yeah, it does seem like Maxwell in this case. This does imply that Maxwell was a facilitator for all this stuff, which we know from the court documents and the cops interviewing her, which she didn't like. If you see my my reading of the court documents involving Maxwell, fucking hell, she's a brat. I'm glad she's in prison. Anyway, next one. This one is not redacted, it's the same letter. But it has the name. I'm not going to say the name. Because that's likely a victim. Alright. So this is likely something to do with a massage, which is what Epstein likes. This is a massaging table. Fold up massage table. It's got the you can put that up. Yeah. It's padded as well. That's a folding massage table. O works Nova. Let's turn that around and find out what it says. Nova, to set up the table. Place the folded table sitting on the rubber bumpers with the heel of your hand. Bump the tab between the face rest outlets and the table will open. Figure 1. Open the table up until the legs are fully extended. Remove the face area. Figure 2. To set the table upright. When the table is fully opened, tilt the table upright until all 4 feet are on the floor. Lift one end of the table, press down in the middle, and tension the cables a little. Figure 3. To change the table height, choose the hole that represents the desired height, and after removing the knob, put the bolts through that hole. Replace and tighten the knob by hand until snug. Repeat on all other leg extensions, setting all extensions at same height. Figure 4. To close the table, turn the table on its side with the rubber bumpers down. If something was a face rest, store it under the table by pushing the insertion down shown into the clip provided. Figure 4. Partially close the tabletop, fold the legs into the table and make sure the armrest is laying flat and the cables are inside of the table. Push the 2 halves of your table together to lock. Figure 6. For tables with the shiatsu option, what the fuck is that? With your table on its side, release the cables from the rings. Figure 8A, and turn the unilock clasp to the side. Figure 8B. Fold the legs against the underside and then lay the table down flat on the floor. Figure 9. To return to normal height settings, secure the separate caution label that refers to the Siesta cable option. Caution dynamic low rating, £450. Handcrafted in the USA. Alright. And Oak Works Nova, that's the massage table. More photos. As I say, our focus is not on the photos. We will do our bit to protect victims as much as we can. Right. No photos. There's stuff to read in there, but it's like a sign behind Epstein. But I don't want to focus on any features of the of any of the victims. Fucking Christ. Okay. All right. We're away from that kind of stuff. Sorry. Just seeing that smug cunt, like, hugging someone who's obviously smaller than him, nah, do not like. Okay. Happy birthday, Jeffrey. January 20th, 2007, love. Unknown. Mural gallery, vintage posters, art framing. Telephone 212-472, 0818, I want to say. Fax 212-472, 8118. 1304 2nd Avenue, New York. Like there. 15021? Probably got that wrong. Yeah. More photos. Let's back out of that. More photos. Let's back out of that. Okay. Someone in a plane Hard to tell who that is. Could be an accomplice, could be a victim. Yeah. I mean, I know people are like ragging on about how a significant portion of it is censored. I mean, if that's for the documents, I completely understand that sentiment. But for the victims, they absolutely have to be protected. And potentially, well, associates we want to know the details of. But if it's, you know, random people that are acquainted with Jeffrey Epstein in some way but had no idea of all the shit going on, I think to a degree they would need to be protected as well. Especially if they're, you know, it's only, you know, if they barely know each other or something like that. I'm not, as I say, I'm not defending anyone by saying that, but I'm saying this is why, like, some of the censorship is absolutely necessary. Same photo again. Nothing to read here. Bunch of watches. Can't read that diary, unfortunately. Alright, watches in there. Random watches. Nothing to see there. Nothing to see there. Nothing to read. Okay. Alright. I was gonna say, this gave it away. That's a US medal. It could be fancy dress. Quite probably fancy dress, actually. But I actually thought this was Prince Andrew's uniform. Because he is photographed wearing a similar dress to that. Or then again, it could be... I think it was involving Prince Andrew. It could have been Epstein himself wearing this. But no, that would make sense. Because, I mean... To be honest, a military man, would they leave their dress uniform like that? I know we've got a few military veterans on the channel, so I'm sure they can tell me. Would anyone you know leave their military dress like that? I would probably say no, but I'm not a military man myself, and I've never served. Never served in the military, no. But yeah, I want to say that's probably a fancy dress rather than an actual thing. But your expertise will be required here. But then again, of course, that is not something to read. Sweatshirt. oh boy. Right. Israel Defense Forces. It's a fucking Israel Defense Forces sweater. These memes write themselves. I am not going to make any comment on that. But I'm aware that meme culture will probably pick up on that. But Jesus Christ, really? Really? Like, wait... Stereotypes and all of that, and all sorts of conspiracy theorists. This does not help anybody at all. But yeah, it's... I don't know, it's... we're going to get a lot of memes about that. Holy shit. Okay. Israel Defense Forces. Oh yeah, why not put it up forefront and center? Israel Defense Forces. Maybe we have the thumbnail. I don't know. We can make this the thumbnail. Who knows? Yeah. Yep. These are massage tools. This one, I'm aware of that because I've got an older family member that's used that to help their muscle injuries. Or something similar. The idea is like you sit on the floor and you roll it along the floor. You roll your leg and you sort of roll with it, and that massages your muscles a little bit. That's sort of where that comes from. So that this looks like massage kit. Yeah, more toiletries and stuff. Swimwear. Okay, cigarettes. Nothing to read there. Jesus Christ, of course it's a bloody magic wand. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Sky Scout Personal Planetarium. Okay, that's weird. Looks like... Does look like an old piece of electronic stuff, though. Personal Planetarium. I don't know. Maybe it could be. I might search it after the stream. Although, speaking of after the stream, I'm not going to be able to get all of Dataset 1 done. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, 1:15 in the morning, and it's Christmas Eve, and I've got guests tonight, so I will need to go to bed. But we have a good reason for stopping here. Well, we're gonna get to the end of this and get up to 2,000. And then I'll probably be able to get dataset 1 done in the next stream, which will happen after Christmas. But there's an no, that's not a mobile phone. That is a dictaphone, and that is like a voice recorder, a sound recorder. Yeah, more details there, but nothing to read. Okay, right, we saw this blackboard before, and it was basically just like the kind of illegible doodles that we've seen, but you can make a little bit of sense out of it. So, power, maybe this says. Deception. Appear, plants. Truth. Music box, time, depth. Drank, brandy, maybe? Distribution. This light, which is the flash of the camera, really doesn't help. As for this, unsure. $sign. It seems like these are random notes that are made while you're talking to someone. So it's more as an accessory to the current conversation you're having. So it's very, very hard to make out what this could have possibly been about. So yeah, we don't necessarily know. But all I've said is the words I can tell. That's all I can do. I can't necessarily reason this kind of stuff. Again, okay. Miracles is this word. Beauty is this word. Okay. He was saying this could be like some kind of word square, maybe, or some kind of word puzzle, possibly. Plants appear, distribution. These are business terms. I want to think this might have something to do with the organizing the development of like the island, because having a music box by the pool, that would make sense. Having plants, that would make sense. Time draft, yeah, miracles or something. You know, could be talking about like some kind of decoration or something like that, but it's difficult to tell. But I mean, it's up there. If people have their own theories, absolutely let me know what you think. And again, we got more. Okay, this says Matrix. That's something else we can see. Yeah, it probably makes more sense to the FBI who had the power to actually ask Epstein, who has the power to ask Maxwell. But yeah, as for me, I don't have access to those people yet. That's the same again. There's nothing else I can read here. Truth, Holly, Mof. Something in face. That's what that says. Thin. Intel something. Politics is this word. Yeah. It's hard to make out what this could possibly mean. Okay, well that's just a random ass doodle. Well, we're not focusing on that. Translation. Oh, transaction longer. Payment longer. Moved between cash. Buttload in. Instant rousing. Not sure what that says. This, I know what this is though. This is weird. Okay. Huh. Don't worry, I'm not being a degenerate here, I promise. But back when I was in high school, I think one of my friends at the time basically showed me that this is porn for blind people, essentially. You can feel something. I don't know if that's actually true. I don't know if that's, if I'm thinking of something different. But that's basically what it looks like. It looks like porn for blind people that you're meant to touch it and feel around and stuff like that. Or that could just be like a tribal tablet. But that's basically the first thing that shouted out to me, and I think I'd be remiss if I didn't mention it. Even though it is nothing to read, it's not readable, it's a photo, which, yeah, is not my area of expertise. And this is some kind of graph. Fraction, payment, Luger, or... yeah. I think this says buttload here. Buttload of cash. Talking about some financial crimes. Maybe he's talking about how much he owes, how much he needs to pay, that kind of thing. or how much he's making from his operation. We don't really know. Well, at least I don't know. I do know there are more knowledgeable people going after this. CoffeeZilla, I have a lot of respect for that guy. It might be, he might be able to go to talk about the more financial side of things. While I did work in finance, my experience is probably a bit more limited compared to his. So I don't know. He might know the terminology, and this might spring up to someone like him as jargon that he can easily understand. But for me, this is fairly illegible. And I get the feeling that, as I say, it's an accessory or it's an add-on to a verbal conversation. So, say, I guess the best way I can describe it is, a teacher is just giving you information, and he's making a few notes on the board, but like 90% of the lesson is just him talking to you, and you need to listen. Anyway, next one. Okay, oh fucking hell. Okay, well, it's got writing. I don't know if I can read it, though. Okay. St. Petersburg. Okay, that's Russian. 1908, though, so this is a historical thing. Tapestries, delays, central. Okay. Let me see if I can read this. Kopperbier, Hirashir, Spescherheim, Asier. I probably completely fucking this up. Hesh, Kobashir, Koshetabla Haro, A. Borodio Broblimnitz. I think that's the name. I am probably trolling a lot of Eastern European people right now by trying to say this, but Tapisseries de la Centrale, Faisan, now this is French, Faisan Partie de la Collection, Rue par a Boglobo. Okay. It's possible that these say the same thing. St. Petersburg manufacturer de papier de Litiat, 1980. 08. Okay. So I'm thinking that this line of text is the same as this line of text, just translated in both French and Russian. Okay, that's another picture of the house. That's another picture. Nothing to read, 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 nothing to read. Oh, a canoe. No, that's a kayak. Is that a canoe or a kayak? I don't know. It was a fucking boat. I don't know. There's a maintenance shed. Yep, with generators and stuff. And that is a garage. Anyway. Now, it goes against the original plan, but it's been 4 hours and almost 20 minutes of a live stream. This is Christmas Eve, and I did promise myself that I would not be doing this kind of stuff Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, Boxing Day. Later today, well, today is 20 past 1. I'll be spending time with my family. So I will need to prepare my place for them, because this is the first time I'm actually having guests staying over. So I've got to prepare for that. I've got to be sharp, and I've got to sleep for that. And not only that, I do feel myself fading. My voice is starting to go. First off, but also this is a good point to stop, I think. If it was all just pictures similar to the start of the stream, I would have been able to blast through this and finish dataset 1 in this stream. However, the text we read earlier, I think that is significant. We've got the letter from the Virgin Islands Department of Justice telling Epstein he can't move around and stuff like that, and that indeed came up when he was when he was convicted, when this first came about. I think the most important and the most harrowing is those accounts from the victims. Either a thank you note for Jeffrey Epstein, is some kind of thank you for the necklace, thank you for the safari, here's details of my trip. I mean, it's possible that they were put up to it, I think, by Maxwell, because the fact that one sent a letter to Maxwell as well saying, hey, I did all this kind of stuff, I hope you like it, I hope you're able to edit it. I don't think it's the same. It might not be the same victim, but it could be a victim. It's hard to tell. But that's the conclusion I'm drawing from it. And even though the thank you note written in calligraphy for the delivery of the necklace and the thank you scrapbook for the safari did have pleasant language in it, it's they are still victims, I think. Because it was noted in the court documents that the victim there, initially they thought it was absolutely fine, and then they got dragged further in and in and in, and I think that's, in a way, that's what might have been happening here. That's my take from reading it, judging from the language, judging from what's going on, and the language and the spelling and the way it's written. Basically, that's the personal conclusion that I draw from that, and I think I'm actually on the fence about clipping that, just because it's a bit disturbing for me, because I know that's a victim. So I will have a think about whether I do that or not. It might be Christmas Eve, Boxing Day. I'll just sneak on, note the time. I mean, I didn't even note the time when I was doing it. I was just too focused on, on the fact that this was a victim. But yeah, that's a bit harrowing. So that was I've now done up to 2,000 files for Epstein as of the stream. I mean, I guess aiming for 1,000 files each stream could work. I don't know if the other data sets are any longer or any shorter than dataset 1. I do know that finishing dataset 1 is just above 3,000, so it may be possible the next stream, whenever that happens, but it will be after Christmas, it may be possible that I'll be finishing dataset 1, but more datasets are being released. So whatever happens is going to be a great undertaking. I will eventually get it all done, but it might take me a little while to do. But regardless, thank you very much for staying with me throughout all that. I hope your sanity is a little bit better than mine right now. I'm wearing a goddamn Santa hat. I mean, it doesn't necessarily feel right to do, but it's Christmas Eve, so I will take something from that. But no matter what happens, this will be the last time I can say this. So if you can hear me, have an absolutely Merry Christmas, have a Happy New Year, and yeah.